I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning is producing today's show. You out there, what's up, everybody? Hopefully you're enjoying the Thursday afternoon. It feels like a spring day next to the heat we had yesterday. We got Phillies back tonight. We've got LeBron Watch on. He is doing the podcast at the Fanatics Fest right now. No news. Apparently, Tyrese Halliburton tried to ask LeBron about his decision and his future. LeBron said, didn't we already talk about this? I said I would not be addressing this today. So it doesn't sound like this podcast with Tyrese Halliburton will get us an answer of where LeBron James will play next. I have a feeling, as I said yesterday, if you were to ask me a percentage right now, the Kalshi odds are one thing. I think you can get some decent value right now on LeBron's next team if you want to go that route. I think it's last night at some point, the Sixers jumped over the Heat, and they've been going kind of back and forth on the Kalshi market. Right now, Cleveland's down to 38%, Golden State 35%, Miami 14%, and Philadelphia 13%. Miami and Philly have been like bouncing back and forth. I would say 13% you could get in on that. Decent value there. You probably lost the best value. I said yesterday, in my estimation, LeBron will pick Philadelphia. I think I'm at about 78% on that. 78% would be my percentage. You have a percentage, Josh? You have any percentage on LeBron coming and choosing Philadelphia? How was your day off? Did you think about LeBron the whole time?
I was forced to think about LeBron.
You were forced.
About LeBron.
People want to know.
Like, I know. You don't know either. Nobody knows.
I'm giving it 78%.
See, I think all these percentages are fugazi because to me, Mike.
Of course they're fugazi.
I think it's all smoke screens. It's like, we're going to play the audio a little bit later, but McMenamin said yesterday on the Rich Eisen show that, like, LeBron is having fun with everybody trying to figure out what he's doing, and he's just cackling away, be like, ha, ha, y'all idiots, you have no idea what I'm doing.
I agree. I would have no idea what LeBron's doing. I'm just giving you a percentage in my mind. I believe I'm at 78% that LeBron will announce that he is coming and choosing Philadelphia. That's my percentage. Now, do you want to play along or do you want to be miserable?
Well, it's not about playing along and being miserable. It's about what are you basing your percentages
on? All the information that I have. That's all. Of what he's done in the past, what he said, the reporting that's out there, little nuggets that are dropping around us all over the place, that kind of stuff. Now, 78%, it's a made-up number. I could have said 38%. I'm just having a good time on a Thursday here. You must be the other guy. You ever see that movie?
What, The Departed?
Yeah. I'm the guy having a good time over here. You must be the other guy.
Well, listen, you could call it having a good time or not, but to me, if LeBron goes on, let's say he goes on The Shop, one of his 4 appearances this weekend.
Yeah.
And he announces, I'm going to Golden State.
Yep. Then I would be wrong. My 78% would be thrown out the window, and my good time would be off or not.
Well, at least it's Happy Hour Friday, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just,
I'm
just going off of we have a lot of breadcrumbs here. I'm picking up the breadcrumbs, and with each one of the breadcrumbs, I'm formulating in my mind where I see him making the decision. I said yesterday, I think a big part of this is the NBA wanting LeBron to play on the East, in the East Coast.
You be consistent about that.
And yesterday, Mark Spears said it's going to be East. Now, is that Eastern Conference? Is it, is Miami the East or is that the South? Is that the Southeast? I look at it like this. Philadelphia is the biggest market that is involved in this discussion for the most part.
Right.
On the East Coast.
On the East, right.
I have been steadfast that I think the NBA, Adam Silver says to LeBron, hey, man, if this is your last year, your last go-around, we really like your games to be at 7:00 and not 10:30.
So really,
can you please make it an East Coast thing, and there'll be something in it for you in the end here.
So now let me have fun with it. So why do you believe that LeBron cares what Adam Silver thinks?
LeBron wants to have a team in Vegas at some point. That's been well documented.
Yes.
And I think as a way to kind of expedite that process and put him at the top of that list, You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
Okay, interesting. So then if he says, look, you got to come to the East Coast, but Adam Silver, do you surmise Adam Silver has maybe a preference of what city he goes to? Like, do you think
Not necessarily. I think, Cleveland is in the central time zone, but that's still an East Coast game.
East Coast game.
Yes. Yeah. So it's a 7 o'clock start.
7:30.
Sometimes 7:30 or 8 o'clock. But it's a
still
small market.
Window.
It's a smaller market, but he has been in Cleveland, and they've had good ratings with him in Cleveland before.
Right.
Miami, obviously, a more glamour market. They get good ratings if he plays there, no question.
So based on your surmising, I'm trying to realign your breadcrumbs, okay? This is where I'm having fun, all right? So you feel like if the NBA is basically saying, LeBron, we want you on the East Coast, we want you on the time zone, do us a favor, because if you're in Minnesota or Golden State, it's not helping us.
Yeah, I mean, playing with the Lakers, do you agree with my statement that I have said before? It didn't have the impact that you would think that your best player in your league is playing on your highest profile team. It didn't feel like it had the impact that Kobe had playing there or Magic had playing there. It just felt like it fell a little flat.
I agree it fell flat, but I don't think it fell flat because he was playing 10 o'clock at night. I think it fell flat because the Lakers weren't good for most of those
years.
But
the Lakers, when they've had bad teams, they still always play on television. They're always getting
LeBron was always on
games.
Television, but it was on 10:30 at night.
Well, you just said what I've been saying. You just said the fact that they're good or not good doesn't matter. It's that they're playing at 10:30 at night. If you want to see the best player, the team has increased playoff. Now, I did talk about this yesterday. He was there for 8 years.
Yes.
He missed the playoffs.
Was it 4
3 times?
I think it's 4.
And got knocked out of the first round, I think 3 times. So he either missed the playoffs or got knocked out of the first round 5 of the 8 seasons he was in Los Angeles. So you're right about the fact that the team was not great, but they were still like borderline playoffs or play-in team or whatever. But the impact of LeBron in LA, I feel like it fell short many times. Like, listen, in my younger days, did I watch LeBron in LA when he was on the West Coast a little bit more? Sure, like when he first got to LA. But I feel like at 10:30 at night on the East Coast, he wasn't the draw. Now it's like, listen, this is your last year, maybe 2. Because what did the NBA do recently? They just got these new TV deals. They got Amazon Prime, they got NBC Peacock, and they got ABC ESPN. And it's the first year of those deals. Don't you want to make sure you make them all happy with the crazy amount of money they're paying? I mean, they are paying more, NBC is, for basketball than they are for the NFL.
Which is absolutely nuts.
The last thing they need is NBC saying, hey, because their football deal's coming up soon. Hey, can you give us a break on the football because your basketball ratings are not where we need them to be?
Yeah.
So I think that the NBA is saying, hey, LeBron, listen, we got to make sure we get your games on Sunday, NBC, Sunday night basketball at 7 o'clock. I don't need a Laker game at 10:30 on Sunday night. It's not doing us any good.
So really quick. So LeBron actually made the postseason 6 of 8 years in LA. But to your point.
Yeah, they missed twice and they got knocked out in the first round 3 or 4
times.
Yeah.
So realistically, only 3 of the 8 years he was there, they got past the first round.
Yeah, and they did win a championship. I'm not going to take that away from them. It was the bubble championship. Some people have their opinions on whether that's
so really
impressive or not.
If we can rewind it to the point about, hey, when Shaq and Kobe with the Lakers, people watched. So for you, what was the difference between when Shaq and Kobe and Magic played in the Lakers versus LeBron? It's just a different world. It was just a
different world. Yeah, like the television landscape was a lot different. Younger kids aren't watching games as much anymore. All of that stuff. Like that was, I mean, Shaq and Kobe was the early 2000s. Like cable television was at its height. You put that game on TNT, and on the East Coast, the college kids are all watching those games. We didn't have the internet like it is now. We didn't have Twitter. We didn't have Facebook. We didn't have any of that stuff. So Yes, we sat and watched basketball games at 10:30 at night in college. Like we're up till 2:00 in the morning. We watched reruns of Sports Center from midnight till 2, and then we finally said, I guess we'll go to bed now. Like, you didn't have anything else to do. Now, like, no one's sitting at 10:30 at night watching these games like they used to do.
Right.
So at 7:00, you might still, like, on the East Coast, 7:00, you go out to dinner, the game's on, all that kind of stuff. Like, and remember, out-of-home viewing gets calculated into the ratings now.
Yes.
So Sixers are on a Thursday night. Amazon Prime. Well, Amazon Prime is a tough one because a lot of the bars don't have that. So, but point being, Sixers, East Coast. I was talking about this yesterday. What does that set up? NBC, Peacock, Prime, and ABC, ESPN. They all say, hey, listen, we want a Boston-Philadelphia game. We want a Knicks-Philadelphia game. We want a Sixers-Cavs game. We want a Sixers-Heat game. Like, putting him with the Sixers makes all of those matchups, the Boston because of Jaylen Brown. But now you have Jaylen Brown, you have LeBron James, you have the Sixers-Celtics, Sixers-Knicks with LeBron against the Knicks, Philly against New York. That has a lot more cachet than, hey, with the Cavs, he's been there, he's done that. Those rivalries are a little different. Like Cavs, Celtics, Cavs, Knicks, Sixers, Knicks, Sixers, Celtics, Sixers with LeBron versus the Cavs, Sixers with LeBron versus Miami. Those hit a little different.
All right, so if I could backtrack for a moment. So
Are you disagreeing with anything I'm saying?
It's not that I'm overtly disagreeing. It's that I think that, again, I go back to the conversation you, me, and Nick Earnshaw had, I think it was last Friday, which is, I think part of our view of the LeBron situation is through the lens of we're in Philadelphia, we're in the Philly market, and there is a predisposed desire to have our team be the team. So sometimes we look at it through, like, for example, I think LeBron going to the Cavs has just as much TV cachet as the Sixers, because it's LeBron. It's not about always the team. It's about, I think that wherever LeBron goes in the East, it's going to have a level of.
It will have a level, but I don't think it's the same level. Go back to my point. If the Sixers play the Celtics, that's a game that's going to be on national TV anyway.
Right.
But the Sixers-Celtics rivalry fans are watching that game. Now you've got LeBron a part of the Sixers-Celtics rivalry. That hits bigger than the Cavs playing the Celtics.
So you feel like that LeBron.
You don't agree with that?
I agree and disagree.
Why do you think they put the Sixers and Celtics on primetime?
Because of the Sixers and Celtics.
Okay. Now you have Jaylen Brown and that whole story already. Now you've got LeBron James there as well.
But, like, does LeBron James account for how many more viewers on a Wednesday night?
Fair question. I don't know. How many people are just saying, I want to watch just because of LeBron James?
Because that
I don't
part
know.
is, and this is where, I hate the NBA does this. The NBA season is so stinking long. So, like, if you're the NBA, you got to make sure that if wherever team LeBron goes to, which actually goes to one of my conspiracy theories, I'll give you in a minute. I think whatever team LeBron goes to, let's say it is the Sixers, right? You can't have Sixers Celtics with LeBron in prime time in the middle of November in football season. Like, you can't put it on Thursday night or Saturday night. Like, you got to make sure that some of these games happen.
Well, I would imagine
December, January, February.
I would imagine you get a Sixers Celtics opening night.
Right. And as long as the opening night is like Tuesday or Wednesday, or,
sure. But keep in mind, Sixers Knicks also now, they played in the playoffs. It's Philly, New York.
Right.
LeBron in Philly versus the Knicks. That makes that game exponentially bigger. Don't you agree?
I agree. So can I give you my conspiracy theory real quick?
I want to hear it.
So you just brought up the Adam Silver, hey, LeBron, do us a favor, come to the East Coast. If that actually is a conversation that happened, whether it was directly or indirectly, LeBron's making a decision this weekend because the NBA wants to come out with their schedule the first week of August. Almost every year.
The NHL came out with their schedule today. Right. By the way, they're playing 84 games now. Remember, leagues are talking about cutting games. The NHL's added 2 more games.
Yeah, the NHL's a little nuts.
Jeez.
But my conspiracy theory is that LeBron has to make the decision either this weekend or early next week because the NBA.
I agree with that. They got to know where he's playing to make this schedule. Right, but I would imagine that the framework of the schedule is already being pieced together.
Oh, I'm sure it is. And I'm sure they have contingency plans. But the NBA would love to roll out a schedule without any where's LeBron going interference.
No doubt. It's almost like when they put the schedule out thinking about Aaron Rodgers a couple of years ago. They had the Jets like in prime time all over the place, and that ended up blowing up in their face.
Because he ripped up his foot. His Achilles, whatever it was.
Like, but that's the thing. The NBA knows that the Sixers and the Celtics and the Sixers and the Knicks, those two games are going to be littered in prime time. Now, I also said this yesterday. Think about Christmas Day. They're going to want LeBron on Christmas Day, but versus who and where? Generally, it would be a Sixers Celtics or a Sixers Knicks Christmas Day game. But if LeBron goes to the Warriors will play the Lakers on Christmas Day.
Right.
That's 100%.
That'd be like 8 o'clock.
But if LeBron goes to the Sixers, they're going to pair him up probably against Boston on Christmas Day. But if he goes to Miami, it might be Miami versus the Knicks on Christmas Day. You know, Miami and the Knicks have had some history in their past. So I do agree, because Christmas Day is such a big day for them, that they would want him to have a place locked in so that they can figure out what do they play? 4 or 5 games on Christmas Day?
I thought it was 4. Let me pull up what last year's schedule was.
It's like a noon, a 2:30.
That was like noon, 2:30, 5, and like 8 or something like that.
Yeah, but then no, there's 5. There's a late game too. There's like an 11 o'clock game, a 10:30 game. So like the Sixers would play the Celtics maybe at noon, or the Cavs. So if he goes to Cleveland, though, maybe that's the new. But like my point being, if LeBron's there, what's like the prime time Christmas Day game? Is that the 2:30 game? It's like right there in the middle of the day
right
on
there in the middle,
2:30. Yeah. So if LeBron is on the Sixers, you might see the Sixers play the Celtics or the Sixers play the Knicks at 2:30 in the afternoon as the major primetime game. And then that Lakers-Warriors game, that becomes the 5 o'clock game. And then you get, your West Coast games, the Nuggets against the Timberwolves, something like later on at night. But the big game on Christmas Day is generally that 2:30 in the afternoon game.
So last year it was 5 games.
Yeah, they usually play a noon, a 2:30, a
5,
8:30 or 8, and then a 10:30.
10:30.
Yeah.
So last year, for example, LeBron was in the 8 o'clock slot.
Lakers who?
Houston. So it was LeBron Durant.
Okay.
So your top game of the schedule, it was Cavs Knicks. That was the noon.
Yeah, Cavs Knicks. That's the early game. Like, okay, let's kick this day off. The best game is probably this next one.
Spurs Thunder.
Bang. That's the banger.
And then the whatever game was Mavs Warriors.
Okay.
Followed by Houston Lakers.
And then the Nuggets Timberwolves.
Yes.
Yeah. So you'll probably get Nuggets Timberwolves again late 10:30. But if you put LeBron on the Sixers, I would imagine they get that Thunder Spurs spot.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But you're going to put the Cavs on at 2:30 in the afternoon? No, you're putting them on at noon.
Yeah, but see, if it's LeBron's LeBron. To me, I think that's where, for me, I look at it. Like, LeBron is such a massive brand. Like, there's no other player on planet Earth playing right now that we be talking about the way we are right now.
Agree.
Except for LeBron.
Do you not agree, though, that the Sixers with LeBron against the Celtics is a much bigger game than the Cavs versus somebody?
I don't agree with that, because I think that you're underestimating the fact the Cavs went to the conference finals last year.
I get that they are a good team and they
were
went
a top
there.
Team in the league.
But not a draw. They're not a television draw. They're not a big enough market. Nobody cares about them.
It doesn't matter if they're a big market. It's the NBA. You can have a great player on a team and people still want to watch. People care more about the player than the teams.
I don't know. We saw some problems with ratings with the Thunder. The Spurs were always a problem.
But was that because of what you mentioned before, the time? Some of those times.
No, I'm talking about when they were like Oklahoma City in the finals. The one year when Oklahoma City played Indiana, you had 2 smaller markets, and they didn't draw all that well.
But also, and no offense to Tyrese Halliburton, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, they're not even like top 15 jersey sales, right? Like, I mean,
that's the point. They're in smaller markets.
But it's also the players. Like, if LeBron was on the Pacers,
Alexander is a 2-time MVP.
Doesn't matter. He's not as popular.
But you're making my point over and over again. They play If Shai Gilgeous-Alexander played for the Knicks, he'd be the biggest star in the league. But he plays for Oklahoma City, and therefore he's not the draw.
But the difference is that Shai needs to be on a bigger team. LeBron is an entity.
I'm not suggesting that because he would play for the Cavs that they have already proven that with him he's a draw. I'm saying he's a draw in Cleveland, yes, but he would be a bigger draw because the game would be bigger because the opponent, Sixers, Celtics, means a hell of a lot more than Cavaliers, whoever. The Cavaliers just don't have the cachet of that is our big-time rival. That's the team that the whole NBA country is going to watch because it's this great historical rivalry.
But again, to me, I think a lot of people watch basketball today not just because of the teams, it's because of the players. And I think wherever LeBron goes, I think people are going to.
Again, you're missing what I'm saying here. I agree with what you're saying. They will watch the Cavs play the Celtics, but not as many people will watch that game as if the Sixers are playing the Celtics.
But like how? But what is that? Like how significant?
That I don't know. Is it 2 million? Is it 5 million? Is it 1 million?
Like
is it 4 million?
Like if you told me it was 5 million, it was a $5 million, $5 million viewer difference, I would be like, all right, Mike, you got it, man.
I think it's like 1 million. I think it's very evident that Cleveland doesn't draw as well as other teams do in the ratings. There's a reason they played at noon, even though they went to the Eastern Conference Finals last year. The noon game is the team that's like.
But would they be the noon game if LeBron was there?
That game last year, Knicks winning the championship changes the dynamics a little bit. But I still think if you had Knicks, Sixers, and LeBron and Jaylen Brown and Joel Embiid are playing for the Sixers as opposed to the Cavs, I think the draw is a much bigger. Philadelphia, first off, you have New York, so you have that market.
Right.
Philadelphia is massively bigger than Cleveland is.
Again, I don't disagree with that at all, but I still look at LeBron as.
So whatever the Philadelphia population is, I don't know that the Sixers fans, casual fans are going to watch no matter what, but you are getting the entire Sixers fan base intently watching that game,
which is a
significant difference than the Cavs size.
Yeah, but you're talking. But see, I'm looking at it as the whole country watching the game, not just the market. So, like,
oh, I know. I'm saying the country. Let's say it's even Cavs, Sixers, and the Knicks, and everybody's even at that point. There are way more people in Philly that now that's the difference in the viewership. The Philly number crushes the Cleveland number.
Yes, Philly itself crushes Cleveland, but like, let's say the schedule, and I'm throwing out a scenario. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but if you say the scenario next year is LeBron's on the Cavs, Sixers got Jaylen Brown, Sixers, Celtics are on Christmas Day, and Cavs, Knicks are again on Christmas Day. The Cavs have.
You know how many people live in Cleveland? Do you have a guess?
I don't know, probably a fifth of what lives in Philadelphia. I don't know.
Any guess, like a number?
250,000. I don't know.
Close. You're actually close. And that's the difference. You're talking about Atlantic and Cape May County. They have 360,000 people in Cleveland.
A little more than I thought. Okay.
Right. But so think about that. So even if every single person in Cleveland, every television said, we're watching this game, Philadelphia has almost 2 million people. So there is a significant, and that's just in the Philadelphia city proper. That's not counting the suburbs and everything. And same with Cleveland. So maybe 360,000 goes up to 700,000.
But like, are you suggesting that if LeBron goes to Cleveland, like Philadelphia is not watching?
I would say not nearly as many are intently watching that game than if the Sixers are in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And same with anybody. I mean, yeah, you might get casual basketball fans that would say, yeah, there's a game on at noon or 2:00 here, but I'm spending time with my family. If the Sixers are on and that game is on, you're going to get 70% of the people in the area watching that game. And if only 70% of the people, it's still more than if everybody watched it in Cleveland.
And versus so let's say LeBron does. I'm just trying to gauge this. So if LeBron was on the Sixers, but it was still Sixers Celtics, what do you think the discrepancy then is?
Sixers Celtics
without LeBron.
Without LeBron. I mean, I still think it pulls a very good number. It's Sixers Celtics. It's one of the biggest rivalries. Bill Simmons actually labels it as the best rivalry in all of the NBA. You now have the Jaylen Brown trade that has now added to that. If you put LeBron into that game, I think that makes that game probably one of the top 5 most watched games on the entire schedule, I would imagine. I mean, Sixers Celtics, Jaylen Brown, and LeBron playing together on Christmas Day, probably one of the top matchups that you can ask for.
You know who really wants LeBron to go to the Sixers? And I hate even putting it this way.
Who? Will Smith.
The sports books. The sports books make the Sixers a favorite every single night. Which means what is going to be 30 of those games the Sixers will lose. So the books will make out at least 30 games.
Well, you just said that too. Just said that as well. It's a great point. Is Philadelphia is 7 times the size of Cleveland, and you put them in every betting championship odds, MVP, all that stuff is always heightened because of that.
I know nobody wants to hear that, but that it is a reality.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Our new weekday lineup starts August the 3rd with the Golics. Weekdays at 10 a.m. on 97.3 ESPN. Mike and Mike are back. Mike Golick Sr. and Mike Golick Jr. start a new weekday lineup on 97.3 ESPN. It all starts August the 3rd right here on 97.3 ESPN. This hour of the show, it is brought to you by the law offices of Craig A. Altman.
Mike, we're in the heart of the summer season, which means accidents happen, car accidents, workplace accidents, and you can't depend on the insurance companies to have your best interests at heart. That's why you got to get a personal injury lawyer to represent you, who's right here in South Jersey. Yes, they are located in Vineland. The law offices of Craig A. Altman, 856-327-8899, or when you go to the website, craigaltmanlaw.com. Get a free consultation right now because you need the tough lawyers who can handle the tough cases at the law offices of Craig A. Altman.
All right, coming up, Dave McMenamin said something on the Rich Eisen show that stood out. Plus, why one national NBA reporter says he doesn't want to see LeBron go to the Sixers. That's next. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
I don't want to see LeBron put on a uniform he's never worn before to finish his career. I don't want, like, Michael Jordan looked weird in a Washington Wizards uniform. Patrick Ewing with the Magic and the Sonics, Akeem Olajuwon with the Raptors. I grew up a Cowboys fan. Emmett Smith with the whatever. Arizona. I don't remember if they're Arizona or whatever, the Cardinals. Yeah, I mean, all these things. The thing with legends finishing their career in a strange uniform, it gives me the icks a little bit. I'll be honest with you.
That's why ESPN's Tim McMahon says he doesn't want to see LeBron with the Sixers. Doesn't want to see these guys wearing uniforms that don't look right towards the end. However, he mentioned Michael Jordan didn't look right in a Wizards uniform. He still put one on. And if Michael Jordan can put on a Wizards uniform, this isn't the Philadelphia 76ers of the process years. This would be LeBron building more of his legacy by trying to get a championship for probably, I don't know, what team in professional sports is now the team that is like, you can't win the championship? Like, the years keep piling up.
The Kings, Sacramento Kings.
I mean, like the Red Sox were, or the Cubs were.
I mean, a team that was once good but is no longer.
Yeah, like a high-profile team that are known for their drought.
The Bills?
Bills, okay. Like, every year they don't win, it just adds another year of it's the blankety blank year that the Bills have not won a Super Bowl.
The
Jets in Super Bowl III. Yes, they would be probably on that conversation. Sixers, over 40 years since they have won a NBA championship. The Kings, they don't really have the cachet.
I mean, not have cachet. I'm just thinking of a team that's just.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that have longer droughts or have never won at all. But again, this goes back to LeBron is not picking, other than Cleveland, which he just happens to be from there. If he's not from there, he's not even considering them.
Probably not.
They're not in the conversation.
Unless there's another friend of his that we don't know about on the team.
Sure. But if he didn't live in Cleveland, he would not have played there twice already. And they would not even be a pimple on his ass.
Well, like for example, and if you take the East Coast, West Coast thing out of it, the only reason why the Warriors are in the conversation is because of Draymond and Steph.
Well, San Francisco's a pretty big market.
Yeah, but he ain't going there for the market. He's going there because Draymond.
Oh, I agree. I don't think people think of Golden State as this big market because it's on the West Coast. It's San Francisco, really, which is like market 4.
Like, Miami's not a
huge market.
Miami's not a huge market. They went to play with his,
thought to be kind of like, glitzy glamour Miami. It's just a different vibe. I mean, you're right. It's not a huge market, Miami, and generally Miami teams don't do well in the ratings,
right?
Because people in their own market don't care about them all that much.
Well, there's that too. I mean, to me, the only time I remember Miami doing well in the ratings was Shaq and LeBron.
Yeah, they had stars out there, but Miami's not a draw just because it's it's high profile, glitzy glamour in Miami. Your high profile markets are New York and Chicago does well because it's a massive city. LA, stuff like that. Philadelphia would probably be in that second tier of markets that do well. You got Boston is a big draw generally, but Cleveland would not be in this conversation at all. So what McMahon is saying, hey, the fact that some of these guys at the end of the road, now, many times those guys at the end of the road are done and they just want to keep playing.
I think that's the
thing.
Bigger,
LeBron is not done here.
LeBron is not some guy who's being drug across the finish line like Emmitt Smith or I'm trying to think of, Johnny Unitas or Joe Namath at the end of their careers. You want to go more modern sense,
I think if
Hakeem Olajuwon with the Raptors.
I think if LeBron had stayed in Cleveland for an elongated period of time and then was thinking about jumping ship, then I can understand that. He has jumped already. He's been on 4 now. I know he's been on Cleveland twice, but he's been there twice, Miami and LA. He has already changed uniforms.
He's already
multiple times. So I can't get on board with what he's saying there. But Dave McMenamin was on the Rich Eisen show, and he said he can confirm Sham's report about who is still in the mix.
Speaking to people close to LeBron, speaking to people around the league, Miami remains a realistic possibility of where he's going to choose. Miami, Sean yesterday, and he's done a great job covering this story. He put it as Miami, Cleveland, and Philadelphia as the three top front runners. I would include Golden State in that list just based on conversations with people in Golden State who don't believe that they're out of it at this time. But I wouldn't venture a handicapping system beyond that.
So he does confirm that the teams, Sixers, Cavs, Heat, he also does add, though, that Golden State is in the mix, which, Shams said yesterday it's down to the Sixers, Cavs, and Heat. He's adding Golden State into that mix. And if you go to the Kalshi odds here right now, Cleveland, 38%. Golden State is number 2 at 32%. So people in the prediction market think that there's a better chance that he goes to Golden State than he goes to Miami, which is 15%, and Philadelphia, which is 13%.
And for those who don't fully understand the whole Golden State dynamic, LeBron and Steph have always had these conversations about playing together. And Draymond is a Clutch Sports client. And
let me ask this question, though,
yes.
real quick. Don't we think that anytime two high-profile NBA players have time to talk to one another, that part of the conversation somehow gets to, man, it'd be pretty cool if we got to play together.
Sure, but I would also say that they're not all LeBron and Steph.
No, like Durant. I think we had the audio from Durant yesterday, but who was interviewing him?
John Clark.
Was that John Clark that was interviewing?
Yeah.
So he had asked him like, "Hey, what about you and LeBron playing together?" He's like, "That's never going to happen." And but I'm sure they have probably said, "Man, it'd be pretty cool if we somehow got to play together."
Again, I go back to the whole, their experience with Team USA is a little different than a couple of guys hanging out. These guys were bunkered down for a summer. Steve Kerr is still in Golden State. And there's the family part. You can fly to and from LA. You can do the whole Roger Clemens thing. So the Golden State thing is not far-fetched. But to your point,
I don't think it's far-fetched at all. I certainly don't want to come off on that.
But to your point, if the whole point is LeBron, we need you on big boy television, then yeah, he's not going to Golden State.
Yeah, I think the West Coast is if you're the NBA, if I was in charge of the NBA, my thought would be, I need you on the East Coast, man. I need the best ratings I can get while you're still left in the league, because we need these last year or two for our new TV partners. I don't want to hear any complaining from them that we're having a dip in the ratings because you're playing at 10:30 at night. So please, can you help me out here and pick either? I don't care. Pick Philly, Miami, or Cleveland. They're all fine with me, but don't go to Golden State. That would be my message. But as Dave McMenamin points out, the Sixer front office maybe hasn't been in contact or communication with LeBron. Maybe they haven't made their pitch, but that doesn't mean the Sixers haven't.
I think this is the way LeBron and his advisors have structured it. They didn't want to be giving out any clear indication. And that's why when I talked to people from Philadelphia yesterday, they told me that we're not actually talking to LeBron right now. It's our players who are talking to LeBron and then filtering what they hear from LeBron back to us. And then we try to, either send messages back or try to interpret exactly what's being said thus far.
Yeah. The players are the ones reaching out. And at this point, it's very interesting that he said that, because what Bob Myers said on the Rich Paul podcast a couple of weeks ago was, LeBron knows these players. He knows everybody. He knows these guys. Like, he knows who's good. He knows who's not, all that stuff. And LeBron probably has talked to Jaylen Brown and LeBron James, but Tyrese Maxey, they worked out together. They are in the same agency. And that probably has it's been well documented that Tyrese Maxey is the linchpin here.
The Philadelphia pursuit is ongoing, and it's led by Tyrese Maxey, who has a long-standing relationship with LeBron. They're both represented by Clutch Sports. They've been working out in the summer times together over the last several years. Maxey's referred to LeBron as a big brother before, but it's not just Maxey. You have Jaylen Brown, who LeBron endorsed as an MVP candidate last year, before he even endorsed Luka Doncic, and also Joel Embiid. who they've obviously had experience together in all-star games. They were teammates on the Paris Olympics U.S. basketball team that won the gold medal. And so that is where the kind of the way I think I phrased it was constant communication is coming from.
Does anybody out there find any reason why Maxey wouldn't win this thing? Like, isn't he the most charming, the most, like positive feeling guy out there? Like if LeBron said, you know what, I'm 41 years old, I got to play with this guy. Like, how do you say no to Maxey? That's like, Maxey's like when the little kid walks up to his parents, can we get him, Dad? Can we get the puppy? And he's like, I can't say no to this. How do I say no? Like, Maxey's the puppy. There's just no way he says no. That would just be my opinion.
Listen, I think that, as Bob Myers said, LeBron knows all these players. LeBron probably thinks it's cute that everybody's pitching him, honestly. He's probably just like, you made the comment the other day, Mike, and I agree. You and Evco talk about this. LeBron knows where he's going. So all these guys talking to LeBron, they probably think they're having an influence, but LeBron probably already is,
I think LeBron's enjoying it. He's 41. He knows he's at the end, right? This is it. This is the last time that he is the talk of the NBA town at the same level that he is right now.
He's having a degree of fun with this extravaganza that's now stretched out for more than 2 weeks. We are in week 3. Breaking news. We are into week 3 of the LeBron decision, and it's only going to continue to amp up the attention and the rumors and the conjecture. And we're finally get to hear from him later this week. He's going to New York. He's making 4 public appearances in New York City in the span of about 36 hours.
Yeah. But does that mean any of these apparent appearances mean he will definitively make an answer?
Well, we know at least one he's not.
Yeah.
That was the podcast.
Is that done?
That was earlier. Yeah. I haven't seen it officially uploaded yet, but
that was a 1:15 start.
Yeah. But apparently Halliburton tried to ask him. He said, we ain't talking about you.
All right, Sports Pass Live 97.3 ESPN. Hey, coming up at 3 o'clock today, comedian Steve Hytner will join me. He played Kenny Bania on the Seinfeld show. He'll be in town this weekend. We'll tell you why. Kenny Bania, actor Steve Hytner, joins me at 3 o'clock, who played Kenny Bania on the sitcom Seinfeld at 3 o'clock today, right here on the Sports Bash. Scott Lauber talks Phillies tonight. Phillies fastball live from the ballpark. Jeff Kerr's there at 5 o'clock. Although, I don't know, the air quality is pretty bad out there. I heard some people wondering if they're going to even play the game with the air quality. I haven't been outside in a while.
It was not a fun morning for me where I was coming into the studio.
That bad?
My eyes were like messed up.
Wow. I was out early, like obviously when I got here, I was in the parking lot, but I didn't really notice any difference.
I mean, for me, I didn't notice that I was like outside like long enough to be outside. You know what I mean? Then I was like, what is that smell? What is that? The cloud?
I have to go check it out. All right. So actor, comedian Steve Hytner, who played Kenny Bania on Seinfeld at 3 o'clock. When we come back, do you remember? It's next. All right, 253. Do you remember things that happened on this day? July 16th, not the biggest day for stuff happening in sports history, but one big one, Josh. It happened in 1941. Joe DiMaggio reached his historic hitting streak. It extended to 56 consecutive games on the very next day. That would be the end of the hit streak, making July 16th the final successful step in probably an unbreakable record. And you say unbreakable, I mean, no one's really even come close to this record. 56. No one's even in the 50s.
I think the closest was 48, isn't it?
The closest to DiMaggio, I know Pete Rose was in the 40s. The closest one was Willie Keeler at 45 games. Pete Rose was 44.
Okay.
There's not even anybody since 1978, which is when Rose got there. That's the closest anybody's gotten. 1978, 44 games for Pete Rose. That is the closest anyone has come. I don't think we ever see anybody get to that one.
Yeah, because today these hitters stink.
That's true. By the way, that's the same season. He had a 56-game hit streak. That hit streak was enough for him to beat out Ted Williams, who hit 400 that year. Think about that. He hit 400. We got dudes hitting 200. This guy hit 400. DiMaggio had a 56-game hit streak. That was enough for him to win the MVP in 1941 over Ted Williams. You imagine a guy hitting 400 today? That'd be unbelievable. That would be unfathomable. All right, coming up, he played Kenny Bania on the hit TV show Seinfeld. Actor-comedian Steve Hytner joins me next.
Americans. We think we need all these motherfuckers. You give me 3 bad motherfuckers, and you're finished. You understand me? Because we got each other.
Friday and Saturday, August 7th and 8th at Ovation Hall and Ocean Casino Resort. Get tickets now at theoceanac.com. Don't miss Joey Diaz.
All right, 3 o'clock, Sports Bash is live, 97.3 ESPN. I don't have any answer to where LeBron will be playing this summer or this season. We could find out by the end of the week. Who knows? But I got something better for you. How about that? No answer on LeBron, but I do have actor-comedian Steve Hytner, who played Kenny Bania on the television show Seinfeld. He's going to be in the area this weekend, and he's here to tell you more about that right now on the Sports Bash Live. Unless Kenny Bania's character, like he did in the show Seinfeld, can really throw us off for a loop here and has the answer to where LeBron James might be playing. Steve Hytner, everybody, is here on the show. Steve, welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me, LeBron. I know the breaking news, I'm going to the Knicks next year because they're looking good. So I think they're showing a lot of promise.
They've shown a lot of promise. Yeah, well, that's why LeBron says he's not going to the Knicks, right? He said, his agent said, I would go to the Knicks had they not won the championship.
Yeah, of course. Because, well, in all honesty, it's a lose-lose if he goes to the Knicks, right? Because if they don't win, they don't, then it's him. And if they do win, they will win it anyway.
Exactly.
But to me, that Philly is the interesting choice. Is like, I don't know, are there enough basketballs to go around if he lands in Philly? And then even with LeBron, doesn't Philly always just end up with what happens with Embiid? Is he going to be held? It's like, doesn't matter who's on the team. That's the story.
Every single year. You're absolutely right. Every single year we sit here and say, if Joel's healthy, if he's healthy, we know that's the case here. So we'll see where LeBron ends up going. Now, he's been out in L.A. for a while, so it's kind of been out of sight, out of mind for us. So I think, Steve, my opine is I think the NBA says to LeBron, can you do us a solid and play on the East Coast? Because you're playing at 10:30 at night over here. No one's really paying attention to those games.
Yeah. So I mean, if you're leaning that way, then you got to be leaning Cleveland, right?
I don't know, man. I mean, if he didn't live in Cleveland, I've never been to Cleveland, so I can't really speak ill will. And I'm not one of these people that thinks like, Midwest towns are just whatever. But he's been there. He's lived there. Does he really, he's probably hit every spot he's ever wanted to go to. He doesn't really need to go back there, right? It's like, I've been in Milwaukee one time. I had a good time. Do I need to go back? I don't know.
You did Milwaukee. You're all done there.
Yes. I saw very Art Deco Milwaukee was. That was very surprising.
Yeah, it is cool that way.
It is pretty cool. Steve Hytner is our guest here. Now, before we talk about some of the other things that are going on in the world, I'd like to, for people like, I said, Steve Hytner is going to be in Margate, which is, by the way, at the Thai school, which is where I went to school. That is so cool that you're going to be going there for a show on Saturday night. I think this is going to be unbelievable. So explain to the people. This seems like a very unique show and event that is happening in Margate.
So, people come see my show. If they haven't seen me, they're like, all right, he played Bania. I mean, he was a bad comedian. I don't know if he's going to be a good comedian, right? So I can do just a full show, but this one producer is like, why don't you tie it in where you do like 40 minutes, 45 minutes of stand-up, and then at the end, we roll it into one of three things. We do some Seinfeld trivia, right? I tell some stories, or we also have Ask Anything. So you can ask me anything about that time or anything you want to ask about. And it seems like the crowds really dig the Seinfeld trivia aspect of it. So I get in my 40, 50 minutes of stand-up, and then we wrap it up with some fun that way.
That's pretty cool. That's a great idea. Is because, obviously, now you were in about 7 episodes, give or take, right?
Yeah, people are surprised. They're always like, what'd you do, 20? Like,
I was surprised when I saw it too, and it was only 7. But are you surprised for only 7 episodes? I mean, your character was so well known. Like, here we are, how many years later? It's so weird to say that the show's been over for like 25 years. For somebody who was only in 7 episodes, how many people still remember those 7?
If I walk outside my front door, someone's going to hit me with that's gold, Jerry. But all of us, like Patrick Warburton, who played Putty, he did 10 episodes.
It felt like he was in the show almost like weekly for a while there.
I know,
right?
I know. So that was just the thing. It's like they just had a real impact. Certain characters had heavy impact. One of the things about that with me is when I came in season 6, my first episode, the studio, you don't know how the TV audience is going to react, but you got the studio audience right in front of you. And they reacted to Bania like they had known that character for 5 seasons. They just like clicked on him. And I think a lot of times it's that first moment where you feel like the person's been there the whole time.
I'll tell you what, I was in college at the time, and this is how big the show was at the time. I don't need to tell you how big the show was, but the bars would open at 8:00. I went to West Virginia University. The bars would open, and we would sit in the bars, and they would turn the audio on. Like, could you imagine today a television show where you would sit in the bar and they would put the audio of the show on? It was like unheard of.
No chance. Yeah, no chance. Because everything's so fractured now. There's so many places to get content and all blah, blah, blah. But I can't believe the bar did that.
Yeah, we every Thursday night, we would sit in the bar. We'd get the same table, all of us. And it was like we were like from the TV show Friends. And we'd sit around, the 4 of us, and watch this Seinfeld show. As soon as the show ended, they put the music on, and it was like a regular Thursday night. But that's how big the show was. And you mentioned that you walk outside your house and someone would say, it's gold, Jerry, which is probably, I guess. But you know how many people debate whether a soup is a meal? I mean, how many debates have you had that somebody comes up to you and asks you that question 25 years later?
Yeah, trust me. If anybody knows, it's me, because I got to hear it. I got to hear every story in the world. And also, look, I don't mind when people like yell, that's gold, Jerry. Soup's not a meal. Whatever they want to yell. I don't like when there's a question to it. It's like, hey, did you ever get that suit back? I'm like, hey, it's a fictional show, all right? Let's not play.
I'm 42. I'm huge. Yeah, that was the Armani suit was definitely a memorable one. And, of course, the Ovaltine. So you wrap a lot of these experiences from your episodes into this night?
Yeah, like later in the show. Yeah, I wrap all that up. And when I just do a regular show without that at the end, I still talk about the Seinfeld experience. Right. And I actually talk about it in the way that I used to not talk about it. And people would go, hey, you were hilarious. Hey, you didn't talk about Seinfeld. So they want it. So, give the people what they want. You know that.
As many people know, it's like you're so synonymous, but you did a lot of other stuff throughout as well. But I would imagine that's the show that you have the most, and by the way, you did a lot of like very well-known shows, but your 7 appearances on Seinfeld, is that what sticks out the most still to people?
Yeah, I mean, it's an 800-pound gorilla, right? So I've done 100 films and TV shows, recurring on 2.5 Men, King of Queens, was on Friends. I did Modern Family. I did all of them. But, Seinfeld's an 800-pound gorilla, so you just have to accept it and look at it as a positive.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I once won a Seinfeld trivia thing on my birthday a couple of years ago. I would love, so the trivia things, do you have you've done a lot of these, have you done a lot of these comedy Ask Me Anything shows already? Have you been doing these?
We have, and I'm going to turn it around on you, because what we do is we'll ask a trivia question, and then whoever answers it, usually when somebody has an answer to a Seinfeld trivia, they also have a question that they like asking, which I'm sure you do, right? So what we do is if they answer the question correctly, they ask the next question.
Oh, that's very interesting. So, but my question to start this off was, do you see that, because obviously these bars do these and teams of people show up. Do they have teams of people sitting in a row watching your show and then waiting to compete to answer your questions?
Yeah, you know what I'm really dealing with? I'll be really honest with you right now. That part is just taking off so crazy that I'm going to be down in Fort Lauderdale, and we're literally Thursday only going to do trivia because there's so many trivia nuts, right? So Thursday, I'm just going to, tell some Seinfeld stories and run a huge trivia thing. And then Friday, Saturday, I'll do my full show. That's how crazy it is, that people just love it. And I'm like, yeah, part of me is like, yeah, should I be doing that? And at this point, I'm a grown man. I just give the people what they want.
I like it. So you're coming to Margate. It's Saturday. So the show will be Saturday in Margate at the Dominic Bettina theater over there, which I don't think was there when I went to school there. That's a rather...
No, that's why I was surprised it's attached to a school. It seats 450, I think.
Yeah, that was added. I mean, listen, I went to school there. They don't acknowledge me. They don't reference me for anything. You think they'd ask me to show up or talk about the school, something? I've never been asked to be in the hallway since I left in 8th grade, but it's a Saturday night show. 8 o'clock, you can see Steve Hytner, who played Kenny Bania on Seinfeld. And by the way, it does go to a good cause. Portion of every ticket sold benefits the Humane Society of Ocean City. But
absolutely,
this will be something. And, so you could go on and check out where to get tickets and everything. And it's selling really well, though, from what I've been told. It is. You're probably you're running out of time to get these tickets, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's selling extremely well. But I'll tell you what, I'll give you, if you want to get up on the stage at your old high school, you want to vent something, I'm here for you.
The fact that they wouldn't invite me to come back and say, hey, we're having this great show over there. No, I obviously, the event sounds awesome. When I saw this, I said, this is unbelievable that they're doing something like this here. Now, the question that I would ask you, now you said you have trivia questions, and then there's questions that people ask all the time. Now, a lot of people get the people's random names, right? You get the name. So the name of the character who was known as the Maestro.
Right. Now, first of all, I hope you don't think I'm going to know the answer.
You don't know the answer is what you're saying.
No, because these people, they're fanatics. I know the show, sort of. Here's the one that gets me. Here's the one that gets me that I never know. That name the two horses. Can you finish that?
Yeah, Prickly Pete and
you know the answer
what
to
was
that.
the other one? Prickly Pete and something or another. I hadn't watched the show. I probably have seen every episode probably 50 times a piece, and then I just haven't seen it in a while. And then recently, I started to put it back on, and I was like, this show is on I don't even know what channel it's on anymore. It used to be on TBS all the time. But they're not on there anymore. I don't even know what channel it's on, but it's on for the entire day the other day. And my buddy texted me last night that he saw the Suit episode was on last night, and he saw that I said that you were going to be on the show, and he was cracking up about that. But yes, Prickly Pete was the name. So going back to the auditions and going on those shows, this is an odd, working with Jerry, and was Larry still involved when you had read for this part?
Oh, yeah. Larry was in the room. I had auditioned for a couple other roles on Seinfeld that I hadn't gotten. And
now, who got those roles? What characters?
I know people are fascinated by that. The crazy thing is I don't remember them all. I think I had auditioned 3 other times. One of them was when Kramer had the scent of the beach, and it was the guy who owned the cologne company or a perfume company.
Yep.
So that was one of them.
You made out better with this character. Now,
yeah.
did this character, though, was this did you know you were going to be a part of the show multiple times, or was it for a one-episode situation?
It was one episode. The following week, they did something I don't believe they had done ever before, is they did a table read of the next week, and they didn't like it, and they scrapped it, and they made another script, like, on the fly. And Jerry said, "No, we're going to switch it. We're going to do another script." And so they wrote another script quickly. And Jerry said, "And put Bania in it because he was hilarious."
See, so what was the first episode that you did that made him want to bring you back?
Well, the very first episode, I mean, the four of them used to, like, the first scene I have, the four of them are in the booth at the diner, and I come in, "Hey, Jerry." And the whole thing. And like the four of them are just breaking up during rehearsals. They can't keep a straight face. And we're going to shoot the next day with the studio audience. And I say to them, "Hey, we're shooting tomorrow and you guys are cracking up. But, I'm a little nervous. This character is huge. I mean, that character is enormous. Right. And if I do that character on the number one show in the universe and it's too big and it doesn't hit, I'm in trouble." And Jerry was like, no, just trust it. And I trusted it, went out there and hit him with the, "Hey, Jerry." And the audience laughed like they had known me for 5 years.
It's funny because, like, so many guys did like one appearance and they're somewhat, you remember them, but you've did multiple appearances and every single one seemingly has its own group of people that will remember those appearances, right? I mean, that seems like the way why they decided we got to keep bringing this guy back.
And somehow every appearance I had another catchphrase from that.
Exactly.
They were all different episodes. The last episode I did in the final season is when That's Jerry Gold happened. That was my final appearance.
Really? Oh man, that's unbelievable. Steve Hytner's our guest. He appeared on the TV show Seinfeld as Kenny Bania. Now, somebody told me that you were on a Curb episode. I watched all the Curbs, but I stopped. And I actually just started to pick up because I didn't have HBO for a little while. I just started to pick them back up. Were you on a Curb episode?
Yes, I was. When they did the Seinfeld reunion stuff on Curb, I was at the table read and had a couple of lines at the table read for the Seinfeld show that they did on Curb.
Gotcha. Okay. And then you had mentioned a bunch of other stuff outside of the Seinfeld stuff. You said you've done like tons of different stuff. What's your something that is? Are you like taking it back when someone recognizes you from something different?
No, there's people that come up to me and they kind of some fans they take pride in that.
Yeah,
they like this. Seinfeld's the easy one. They try and pick another one, right? One thing that I had so many great experiences, but I did In the Line of Fire with Clint Eastwood, and I had about 3 scenes with him, and I mean
that had to be awesome.
Oh, and then he's everything and more than you would think he would be. He's just the coolest guy. He learns your name. He never refers to you. Never referred to me as anything but Steve the entire time. Completely down to earth and incredible actor.
Do you have, you started, been doing, you said tons of films. Do you have a favorite role that you have played?
You know what? It's crazy, but when we were doing Seinfeld, I was on another show on NBC. We ran 2 seasons. It was called Working, and it was me, Fred Savage, Dana Gould, Arden Marine, and it was kind of a precursor to Scrubs, where it was the working office, but there were a lot of dream sequences, kind of the way Scrubs did later on. But we did that for 2 seasons, and I loved it. I got to play this really, really cantankerous, sarcastic character that I loved playing. But, you never know where you're going to, get your fun. I mean, I recurred on 2.5 Men where whenever there was plastic surgery, I was the plastic surgeon.
Nice.
Surgeon. So, anybody got a boob job, I would go, those are Schenkman's.
Now, have you been to this area before, like the Atlantic City? Have you been down this way before?
Yes. I got a buddy that has a house on the water there. Right next to Margate. I can't think of what the name of his little town is, but that whole run there.
Yeah, Longport, Ventnor, one of those two.
Yeah. And so I've been down there a couple of times, and I started out on the East Coast. I'm a New York boy to begin with.
Nice. All right. Well, Margate, Saturday night. You can check out Tickets are at Margate Comedy over at the Eventbrite. Just put in Steve Hytner, Kenny Bania, Seinfeld. You will find him. I don't know that there's many tickets left. The last time I talked to them, they said that this was selling really, really well. But I think it's going to be a ton of fun. It is Saturday night, 8 o'clock in Margate. Steve Hytner's our guest. He played Kenny Bania on Seinfeld. Now, do you have a group of sports teams that you follow?
Oh yeah, I got my teams. I'm a New Yorker, right? I'm a Knicks fan, but I'm a Mets fan, and these are tough times.
Oh, Phillies Mets tonight.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That's right. Yeah, the only game in town, by the way.
Yeah, the only game. Yeah.
By the way, you said you're a big Knicks fan. You know, a lot of the Knicks live in Margate.
Is that right?
You got Leon Rose down here. Brunson has a house down here. There's a couple of the Knicks have been bebopping and skit-scatting all over town down there. They're getting a sandwich over at Dino's or getting some wing. You know, yeah. People.
Well, they're living high on the hog, man.
Yes,
but,
they are.
I'm also a Giant fan, not a Jet fan. But I got my teams. But I went out. I lived in LA for 26 years, and still didn't become a Laker fan.
That's a good job by you.
Yeah, I know. Although who I did take to, and because I had to root for somebody. The Knicks won like 3 games in a decade, so I started rooting for Golden State a little bit because they were fun, man. I mean, Steph's amazing. So for a while, I had to root for something, somebody in the playoffs.
So where is LeBron going to go?
Well, the Golden State is a possibility. Him and Steph together would be interesting. Unfortunately, injuries will, probably take over.
Well, we got 41-year-old LeBron still has everybody wondering where he might end up. And last year he missed the first, 30 games because he had sciatica.
Yeah. Sciatica, right. Yeah. My grandfather had that.
Exactly. Steve Hytner is our guest, everybody. You saw him in the Seinfeld show as Kenny Bania. He's going to be in Margate on Saturday night. We appreciate you spending a couple of minutes with us here. So, if anybody goes out there and sees the show, it's going to be a fantastic time. I can only imagine, how fun this will be with the Ask Me Anything, the trivia, and then your show. Your 45 minutes to an hour of comedy is probably the highlight of the evening. So everybody out there, make sure you check that out with Steve. And Steve, we appreciate you spending a couple minutes with us.
Hey, listen, free up your schedule to come down and yell at your high school.
It's actually I went there for 7th and 8th grade because I got kicked out of the Catholic school, so I had to go there.
Okay. Here now we're getting the info.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, all the best.
All right, Steve Hytner, everybody. That is Saturday night. And listen, if you want to try to go, the tickets are over on Eventbrite. Check that out. I am actually going to try to go Saturday night. I do want to try to go to the thing. I do have something that I'm trying to switch in my plans. There was a concert I'm supposed to go to Saturday night as well. I think 311 is playing on Saturday night at Ocean. Is the 311 show on Saturday night?
Haven't you already seen 311?
I know that. Well, I'm supposed to be going with friends. So
you tell your friends you can see 311 maybe again. You might not be able to see this again.
I do know that Steve is doing another one of these, I believe, in the area. I don't know exactly when, but the one in Margate is at my middle school, which apparently doesn't like me. I don't know that. Actually, I think he's doing another one, 2 more in this area, but the one in Margate is the one that's coming up this Saturday.
Yes.
So I should cancel my plans, you think?
What you should do is, if you have the tickets, you sell the 311 tickets.
I don't know that they're that hot of a ticket.
Listen,
I'm not making enough money.
Everything is worth money in today's world, okay? Someone will buy something from somebody for something.
Gotcha. By the way, some breaking Phillies news.
Yes.
Brad Keller looks like he's done for the year.
Yes. Torn UCL. So it looks like he's done for more than the year.
That's a terrible signing. That turns out to be a terrible, terrible signing. They gave him real money.
Yes. For 3 years.
2 years.
It
was 2 for 22.
Okay. Multiple years, a lot of money, and now he's donezo.
That's a gut punch to this team.
I mean, talk about a blow up in your face.
Listen, he wasn't pitching well. when he was healthy. Then he gets hurt. They send him to the he has to take a rehab. Then he goes down. They bring him back up, and he threw a couple games in the minors, and now this, bad news.
This is one of those situations where you have to wonder. I do those injury reports on the weekend, and all those physical therapy doctors always tell me, Mike, when it comes to these kind of injuries, that these injuries don't just happen by happenstance. There might have been a moment along the way that he might have actually heard it and then made it worse, kind of deal. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Or he might have tried to my arm feels weird, but I'll be okay.
Yeah.
So, with the Christian Pulisic thing, for those who don't know, so Pulisic, he sustained microfractures in his tibia and fibia. And so it's like all the doctor experts are like, well, he probably did it before that game, but he made it worse in the game.
Terrible news. Terrible news for the Phillies. And look, he wasn't pitching well, but they needed him. They signed him to be a major, major part of their bullpen. And unfortunately, it looks like he's going to be done for the year. All right. Thanks to Steve Hytner. That was great.
That
was so much fun.
And you know what the cool part was that, he mentioned how he's done so many other things. I remember his role on 2.5 Men because that role was hysterical. That was one of those, he's right. That's one of those roles where it's like, you get the call and you're like, I get to do this character. This is so to me, I can only imagine being an actor. And those are probably the roles you enjoy the most. Like he said, where it's you just come in and get to do this ridiculous role.
Yeah. I could have asked him about 500 questions, but I don't want to just ask questions for me. What'd you think of that moment here? I'll tell you what, that was fun. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Sports Bass Live. Want to tell you about winning teams. They know consistency matters, and that's what you get at my friends at Key Acura of Atlantic City. My friend Rocco and his team have built a loyal fan base of repeat customers by doing things the right way. Year after year, Acura delivers the kind of performance, precision, and dependability you can count on. And the team at Key Acura backs it up with outstanding customer service. Go see for yourself. Key Acura of Atlantic City, the small but friendly dealer. Tilton Road, EHC, online at keyacura.com. All right, coming up, Brad Keller, torn UCL in his right elbow, likely done for the season. The impact we'll discuss coming up next. All right, 332. Thanks to Steve Hytner for joining us on the show. That was a lot of fun. Appreciate him coming on board, spending some time with us. Bad news for the Phils. Brad Keller, who signed a 2-year, $22 million deal in the offseason, is likely done for the year. And I would imagine with this injury, he could be done next year too. To UCL, not UCLA, a right elbow UCL tear, which generally means Tommy John surgery. They placed him on the 15-day IL, and he's been disappointing this year. But this is more disappointing. He's 2-1 with a 4.02 ERA. Has not been the pitcher they thought they were getting for 2 years and $22 million. When you spend that kind of money on a relief pitcher, you hope that that guy is a stud. He pitched for Team USA last year with Chicago, the Cubs, 2.07 ERA, 75 strikeouts in 69 and 2/3. This is a guy who was a journeyman pitcher for the most part until last year. And now they signed him to pitch the 8th inning in front of Joan Duran, and this thing blew up in their face. So they already needed probably 2 bullpen arms, and you were hoping that Keller would just get it together. You weren't saying they need 2. You were saying 2 with Keller coming back. Now you almost need a 3rd guy. Seth Johnson is taking his spot on the roster. That's not going to do anything. So this is a major, major blow to the team. I can't think of getting worse news other than Duran himself being out, because you really had hope that this guy, after this injury and some time away and maybe coming back, that would settle him in and you would get the guy closer to what you got last year.
Because the guy you saw last year with Keller would have solved a lot of your problems last year. You know, people overlooked the fact that part of the reason why Keller needed to be added was because you had issues once the starters left the game in that Dodgers series. Your bullpen was not up to snuff. Those guys before Duran couldn't do almost anything right.
Listen, last year, if the Keller that pitched with the Cubs last year, you had him and Duran, a guy with a 0.96 whip, a guy with a 2.07 ERA, you had those 2 guys in the 8th and the 9th, we wouldn't be having the conversation about how bad this bullpen is. You'd be saying, man, we need 1 bullpen arm and get it to Keller and get it to Duran.
Right.
That's out the window now.
My question is, Mike, how long can Dave Dombrowski not make a move? Like, it almost feels like this necessitates him and Mattingly getting on the phone now.
Well, the trade deadline, we're starting to get closer. You know, we are 1, 2,
like 2 weeks away, right? It's August 3rd.
Yeah, that is the Monday. So it is, what's today's date? The 60th. So 1, 2, 3 Mondays from now.
Okay. But still, like, can you wait 3 Mondays at this point? Like,
I mean, yes, you can. I don't think you're. I mean, listen, they play the Mets, who aren't very good, but you've had problem with your Mets, and they're the Phillies and the Mets, and you know how those series sometimes go.
Oh, I know.
Play the Dodgers after this.
Oof.
I think they have the Yankees after the Dodgers, and the Yankees are just a good team. They're not a great team. And
Still
then
dangerous.
You play at Miami.
A team that's nipping at your heels.
Exactly. And then the last series before the trade deadline, you play at Baltimore. So you have a 3-game series in Miami and a 3-game series at Baltimore, which, by the way, we're giving away tickets to that game in Baltimore on Friday, July 31st. You have to be over at Ventnor Social on Wednesday, July 29th, when the Phillies play the Marlins for that day game. We're going to be there for the day game watch party, and we're going to be drawing 1 lucky winner to go see the Phillies play Baltimore. That's going to be right around the trade deadline. And a couple of years ago, if you remember, the Phillies made a trade with Baltimore before the trade deadline. Now, the Phillies play the Mets for the next 3. and they play the Yankees for 3. Think about Citizens Bank Park. You got the Mets, Dodgers, and Yankees coming in here the next 3 series. Pretty big couple of games with the All-Star game and then these 3. I mean, it's going to be a big crowd for the Mets coming in. It's Nola and Scott tonight, Luzardo and Bania tomorrow, and then Rangel and Nolan McLean on Sunday. That's the pitching matchups. But the Dodgers series and then the Yankee series, after that series, you might have to put your foot on the gas a little bit if things don't go very well with the state of this bullpen. Now, Keller has been out for a couple of weeks, and you've navigated yourself through it. That's why I don't think you have to do something now. I think we always want to be overzealous with it. They got to do something. Look at this team. I feel like they can probably wait and make the right move as opposed to just doing something to do it.
It's just so crazy. You got to make so many moves between now and the deadline. They don't have enough assets to make all the moves they need to make. So it's like,
well, that becomes a big problem. Is you now need a high leverage bullpen guy.
Yes.
Flat out, point blank. You have to. Because before you were saying, they need another lefty or they need another bullpen arm in anticipation that Keller was going to come back and be a high leverage guy. That's out the window now. Now you need a high leverage guy because your next high leverage guy is what? Jonathan Bolin?
Yeah.
It's either him or Kerkering.
And neither one of them don't evoke a lot of confidence in anyone.
No. We keep talking about the circle of trust in the bullpen. I don't know. Was Bolin number 2 on your depth chart? If that's the conversation,
You're in trouble.
You're in trouble, right? Keller threw 1 inning, by the way, the other night in the game. He got activated on July the 8th. He pitched 1 inning that night on July the 8th. So that was 8 days ago that he came back and pitched, and then the All-Star break got here. So he did come back and pitch. This whole thing is very interesting. Now, Jeff Passan tweeted out that if he undergoes surgery on his right elbow, it would keep him out a significant portion, if not all of next year as well.
Right. So that makes this contract even worse.
It was a contract that seemingly has not worked out for them.
It's a nice way of putting it.
Yes. By the way, the Phillies schedule for next season has come out. Now, I know we're in the middle of this season. Baseball is so much better than these others. They just drop it in the middle of this season. They're already ready for next season. And the NBA doesn't have their schedule out yet. Football waits, Baseball is like, you know what? Let's get next year's season. I only say that because I'm one of those people that is cognizant of I'd like to know to go on like a trip or something. So just to give you some quick highlights of this. The opener is in Washington on March 25th. That's very early. My gosh, March 25th. The home opener is April 1st on a Thursday afternoon against Washington. So we know April 1st will be the opener. Now, one of the things I always like to look for, and again, this is another year where it's not accommodating me. When do you play at Wrigley Field? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, April. April 13th, 14th, and 15th. They just always seem to get a midweek game against the Cubs, which is not conducive to taking off and traveling for a weekend series against the Cubs. So that's
why
no
April?
Good. I don't know. I'm not arguing about that. If it was on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'd be cool with it. They played the Cubs in April this year. They got blasted.
That's true.
Couple other highlights. They play the Yankees on the road if you want to go to Yankee Stadium in May. It looks like Tampa Bay is coming. Nope, that's on the road. Baltimore. I always like to see if there's a trip to Baltimore. Like this year, no. Next year, they're going to Baltimore. What else do they have here? The All-Star game is on July 13th. You're home against the Red Sox next year. And it looks like that's it. There's no real, you don't go to Fenway. You don't go to, you're not at, you are at Yankee Stadium. So there you go. There's a couple of highlights for next year. Just throwing them out for the people. Oh, Kansas City, there's one. That's an American League team. If you like to go see a ballpark, it's on a weekend. Kansas City is a weekend trip.
Go get some barbecue.
Good barbecue out there. Pittsburgh is a weekend trip. Seattle's a weekend trip, although going to Seattle for a weekend is kind of tough. San Francisco is a weekend trip, although those are home games. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong color here. Sorry. The road weekend trips. Milwaukee, San Francisco, Yankees, Texas, Toronto, Pittsburgh, Washington, Mets, Miami, Dodgers, Arizona, St. Louis, and Houston. They are the road weekend trips.
Got a Phillies lineup for you.
All right. I like the Phillies lineup. We haven't had one for a couple of days here, so let's get our Phillies lineup today. Brought to you by Chachi's 13th floor at Rafici's, coming soon to the White Horse Pike in Absecon. So everybody who's been trying to play along all week, back 609-403-0973. Text your name and where you're from to 609-403-0973. And if the Phillies scored exactly 13 runs tonight against the Mets, you'll win a $100 gift card to Chachi's 13th floor at Rafici's, coming soon to the White Horse Pike in Absecon. Now, if they don't score 13 runs, you're still in the running for a $25 gift card to Chachi's 13th floor at Rafici's. So, cheer on for the Phils to score 13, but if they don't, you still have a shot to win a $25 gift card to Chachi's 13th floor. Coming soon to Rafici's. All right, the lineup tonight: Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Marsh, Bohm, Stott, Realmuto, Rincones, Crawford. Nola starts tonight for the Phils. It's the only baseball game in town tonight. That's
on
it.
ESPN television, by
That's
the way.
it, right. It's an ESPN national game, and that's your lineup tonight. Text your name and where you're from if you want to win that gift card. $100 for the winner if the Phillies score exactly score exactly 13 runs tonight. 609-403-0973. All right, when we come back, it's today's Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. It's next. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
I don't know what I don't know what he's waiting for. I don't know if he's made a decision. I don't know how he wants to announce it. Let me throw this at you. Can he announce publicly anywhere but Cleveland? You can't do this to Cleveland again like this. You can't make a big announcement and then announce you're going to Miami or you're going to Golden State.
Evan Cohen said that this morning on Unsportsmanlike. It's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. So does it feel like Evan thinks he's going to Cleveland because he can't let them down again?
Or is Evan suggesting that LeBron doesn't care about being the villain again?
Does he want to be the villain at this point of his career? Or is he like, I've already been the evil guy. I want to be the face for once.
You know, Bob Myers did make an interesting comment on that podcast with Rich Paul, where he talked about how, him and Max have a conversation about LeBron wants to be liked. He wants to be appreciated. He wants to be loved. And Rich Paul didn't say no. He just said, a lot of what you said has a good amount of weight. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe LeBron doesn't want to be the bad guy in the situation. Maybe he's going to pick somewhere that makes him, look a little on the good side of the tracks.
Well, I'll tell you what. I definitely think, and LeBron got asked a question today, what's his next destination? And he basically threw out every team that's out there. I mean, I think he's having a little fun with this, but I do agree with what we were talking about earlier. They got to make sure. Now, I got to assume the NBA schedule is pretty much locked in for the most part, but there is a little massaging that could happen here.
Absolutely.
And they want to get that probably released here at some point pretty soon. But he did say that his family is going to be a part of this decision.
The family portion is a big thing too. My daughter and my wife and things of that nature, and I'm a big family guy. So there's a lot of things that's people are like, afraid to make a goddamn decision, bro. I'm just like, okay, it's not just about the team. So many other factors that I'm, factoring in right now on what, not only best fit me as a player, what best fit me as a person, what best fit me, what my happiness, and also my family as well. So there's a lot of, won't hold you guys up too much longer, but the family portion is huge for me.
So the family portion, I won't hold you guys up that much longer. But he did acknowledge that his family is a consideration in this, as we all would imagine.
So I didn't play the one part of the audio. He had a huge explanation before that part where he explains about his relationship with his daughter, how his daughter's in school, and all kinds of stuff. So does him saying that, Mike, is that a positive or negative against Philadelphia?
I don't know. I mean, if you read the dark web over here, apparently many people believe that one of his children is already enrolled in a Philadelphia school. So there's like a sheet. Have you seen this paper?
No.
It's like the whatever grade, 7th grade or 8th grade or 6th grade class, incoming students. And his daughter's name is on this list. And the parents' names are listed as S. James and L. James.
How do I know it's not doctored?
Just saying. That's why I said it's on the dark web. Did you miss that part of what I said?
That's a super dark web.
I will say, there have been a lot of people, much like the last time this whole thing happened, he was looking at schools. Remember that?
Oh, I remember.
So this one's taking it to another notch. He's not only just looking at the schools, now his daughter is enrolled in a school. That was the first thing on my algorithm today, was a guy pointing at a picture of my friend's mother's the dean of this school. And then after that, there was pictures of the incoming new students with, what's his daughter's name? Do you know?
I actually don't remember.
Football at 4. It's coming up next. AFC North. And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It is brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And, of course, big screens, big bets, game day hits different at Ocean. To learn more, visit theoceanac.com. They got the Phillies, the only game in town tonight. The Phillies take on the Mets. They will have all the football as the Eagles get ready to report to training camp on July the 28th. And, of course, you can listen to every Eagles preseason and regular season game and playoff game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Our division previews continue. Last week, we took a look at the AFC East. I love doing these, kind of get you in that football thought. You get to hear a little bit about each and every team in the league and get Andrew DiCecco's perspective, a guy who knows the draft really well, how these new draft picks will factor into these new teams, as we take a look at the AFC North today with Andrew DiCecco from the Inside the Birds podcast, set to join us here on the Sports Bash for today's Football at 4. Andrew, welcome back, buddy. What's going on?
Mike, I'm doing great. How about getting Kenny Bania on the program, man?
Yes.
I will tell you this. I don't know if there's still tickets available, but if there is, I will be making the trip to Margate on Saturday night to check it out.
I know that it is selling very well. I will see if my people can talk to their people, and I will let you know. But yes, a great sport. That was a lot of fun. It's gold, Jerry. It was gold. I thought it was a good conversation. All right, Andrew, we got the AFC North today. The Ravens are the favorite, minus 115. The Bengals, the Steelers, the Browns. Very interesting division. This one is these four teams don't like each other. Let's start with the Ravens, who very interesting team. No Harbaugh for the first time in most of people's lifetimes out there. It's like he's the only coach that people can remember. But it was a good while that Harbaugh was there. He is now out. How do you just think that changes this team?
Well, I think it's going to add some more energy because sometimes, and I'm not saying it's the case with the Ravens, Mike, but the messaging can get a little stale, and you bring in a young coach who maybe has a different philosophy. I think that can almost rejuvenate a franchise. And they also have Declan Doyle helming the offense, and that's a young coach that I know a lot of folks around the league are excited about, and we'll have to see if they have enough offensively. I think they do from an offensive line perspective, but in terms of just the skill players, we'll see if they have enough to maximize it. But I do like what they have from that perspective with regard to the running game with Derrick Henry and some of the, Zay Flowers, of course, at wide receiver.
Yeah, you take a look. They still have Henry. They have Flowers. And Mark Andrews is still the tight end. Lamar Jackson, big year for him. This is one guy. Everybody loves what he does in the regular season. Do you question, though, about him in the postseason? Did they not win because of him? Why do you think that this Ravens team with Lamar, so talented, multiple MVPs, why have they come up short?
It's a great question, and I don't necessarily put that solely on Lamar. He's a part of it. He needs to be able to elevate his game. You can say that for a lot of top-end quarterbacks in the NFL. When the lights are brightest, that's something that Jalen Hurts, if we're going to kind of bring it back to the Eagles, that's something that he does very well. But I think it's a culmination of things because there are moments where you can see teams sort of try to take away the running game, and then they put the emphasis on Lamar Jackson to beat him with his arm. And what makes Lamar Jackson so special is that he is a dynamic talent and can do multiple things. He needs to be better in those moments to be sure, but I don't know that you can put it solely on him. There were coaching lapses, defensive lapses, and Lamar, of course, not playing to the standard that he set in the regular season oftentimes. But it's a fascinating study because despite all of that, he's still widely regarded as one of the NFL's premier quarterbacks, and I would say rightfully so.
All right, offense. But we think of Baltimore a lot of times it's Lamar Jackson, but we a lot of times think of their defense. Give us a little overview of where they are. They got some, interesting names on that side of the ball. But is this a defensive first team still?
I would lean towards yes. They added Trey Hendrickson. He's a premier pass rusher. They have Nnamdi Madubuike, who I like quite a bit, formerly Justin Madubuike, for those who are wondering who that might be. Teddy Buchanan's a linebacker right in that second level in the middle of that defense, who I liked quite a bit coming out of the draft. Nate Wiggins is a bright young cornerback that I think has a ton of potential and is still climbing and ascending. They have some cornerstone pieces there. And yes, based off of my initial read of this team, it's still going to be, dependent upon the defense, I think, to carry them. Because when I look at their offense, Mike, they do have some headline players. I mentioned Zay Flowers. You mentioned Mark Andrews, Derrick Henry, who had a 1,500-yard season last year. But I don't know if they have enough depth there to really balance things out, if that makes sense.
All right, let's look at the Bengals. Everybody's favorite all the time, and injuries have just ravaged this team. I say favorite all the time. They made that Super Bowl. They went out the next year, beefed up their offensive line, and it seemingly nothing has gone right for them since that Super Bowl. Still have huge names on offense with Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Chase Brown, the running back there. But is this offense a finished product? Do they have the pieces to, if they're healthy?
I still have questions about their offensive line. Their tackles are pretty solid in Orlando Brown and Amarius Mims out of Georgia. He was a raw prospect when he came out, but he's really starting to develop a little bit. I like what he can bring to the table from an athletic standpoint. Dalton Reisner has been around a while. He's their guard. That's a player that, I thought that when he was with Denver, he did some good things, needs to be a little bit more consistent there. And Chase Brown, offensively, the running back, brothers of former Eagles safety Sidney Brown, is a player that I think is primed for a breakout season. Then, of course, you mentioned the two wide receivers who are among the league's best in Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Joe Burrow can't do it all himself, nor can you lean on those wide receivers. You do need offensive line play. And I think that's something that has sort of gone by the wayside for a while with the Bengals and has sort of precluded them from taking a step further. That could still be the case this year, but they have balanced things out tremendously on the defensive side, which has really been their Achilles heel of late.
Yeah, I was going to say, you look at their defense. I think they got Dexter Lawrence. That's a big add for them. Jonathan Allen, those two guys in the middle. Mafe, a guy that's got talent. Oren Burks, the former Eagle, is there. You take a look at up front, at least. It seems that they're much better. Losing Hendrickson, big loss for them. However, they should be pretty solid up front.
Yeah, Miles Murphy, Jonathan Allen. I mean, you mentioned Boye Mafe. They added Brian Cook to the secondary. You have Dax Hill at corner from Michigan, who I liked a bit coming out of the draft. They have more playmakers on that side of the ball than I can remember. And one of the more maddening things about the Bengals, because they have all this potential, and you ask yourself, why do they keep falling short year after year? Well, I would point to the offensive line, which has been leaky and not protecting their quarterback in Joe Burrow. But kind of like the Dallas Cowboys, their defense has been susceptible to big plays. They haven't come through in big spots, and they don't look as vulnerable this season, at least on paper.
All right, the Steelers. Aaron Rodgers is back. We don't know if this is his final season. It feels like it will be. He's kind of indicated that it will be. Let's just start with him. Can a team with Aaron Rodgers at this stage of his career be a playoff Super Bowl level team?
I certainly think so, as long as the offensive line in front of him is able to protect him. And I really like what they have from an offensive line perspective. But Aaron Rodgers is, he's still better than a lot of starting quarterbacks out there. And what he's going to have to do is just play within the offense. I don't know that he's going to be able to be the playmaker, the Aaron Rodgers of the prime Green Bay Packers years, but he is someone that you can win football games with. And, if you're basing it off of the last couple of seasons, I think this is probably a good year to, for a last hurrah, if you will.
Yeah, Metcalf, and they went out and got Michael Pittman, so he's got some weapons.
And Jeremy Bernard, by the way, from Alabama, is a player that I looked at and I saw a polished product who can kind of step right in and give you some production early on. And so they have some good playmakers there. Offensive line, Troy Fautanu, Broderick Jones. And, they
drafted the kid from Arizona State, right, in the first round.
Honachur. They have Maxie Honachur, that's right. And Mason McCormick from South Dakota. Yes, from South Dakota State was a player that I liked a lot. They drafted him in the fourth round in 2024. So they have a number of bodies there, and a number of capable bodies, I should say. to protect Aaron Rodgers, and I think that ultimately will be the driving force of their offense.
Aaron Rodgers, by the way, Mason Rudolph is back. Will Howard, Drew Aller from Penn State. So they've got some interesting names behind Rodgers if he, in fact, can't make it through. At his, what's Aaron Rodgers now, 41, 42 years old. So they do need some depth at quarterback. Jaylen Warren, by the way, their running back. Pittsburgh, like Baltimore, generally thought defensive-minded. Watt, Hayward. They've got Highsmith, Patrick Queen is back there. Joey Porter. Jalen Ramsey. I mean, this sounds like a really good defense.
Yeah, they have playmakers on all three levels. You mentioned Derek Harmon, Keanu Benton out of Wisconsin. He's been in the league for a few years now, but he's a player that I think is kind of underrated. You mentioned T.J. Watt, Alex Highsmith. You like the pass rushers there. Patrick Queen, Peyton Wilson as your off-ball linebackers in the teeth of that defense. They have some pieces there, playmakers at all three levels that I think will complement the offense, where I think their offense is going to be a little bit more productive than last season, solely because I think that they've really shored some things up with the offensive line. I neglected to mention Jennings Dunker, who they drafted in the third round as well, is another probably a guard who's going to be waiting in the wings or certainly in contention for a starting spot this year.
Also picked up Asante Samuel Jr., who hadn't played in a while with that neck problem. I don't know if he even factors in. That shows you they have some interesting depth there. We talked about Jalen Ramsey. This is a really good.
Jaquan Brisker from the Chicago Bears, Jamel Dean at corner.
Jack Sawyer, by the way, as well, they drafted.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Jack Sawyer.
That's right. Yeah. So I mean, they had at least on the surface, they had a good draft. They've addressed a lot of areas of need, and I think their defense is going to sort of be a stalwart. You mentioned the Baltimore Ravens and being, dependent on their defense. I think the Steelers' defense is going to be a little bit better.
Yeah, it's an interesting team. If Rodgers can play at a high level or even like a good level, they should be interesting. They went out and got Pittman. You mentioned the draft choice, so to help their offense, because their offense last year got very stagnant at times. All right, the Browns' offense has been stagnant for pretty much my lifetime. Let's start at the quarterback position. How do you see? I mean, last year they had a lot of quarterback musical chairs. Now Deshaun Watson is back. Does he, for your money, step right back into the starting spot?
No, I think Shedeur Sanders might have something to say about that, and I ultimately think that when the dust settles, it will be Shedeur starting. I don't know if you're Todd Monken, who's their newly minted head coach, if you're going to feel overly comfortable with that situation. But that's the world that they're living in right now. Quinshon Judkins, the running back, will have a big season. That, to me, screams that they're going to be a run-first team this year. But I do think that when the dust settles, you'll see Shedeur Sanders emerge as the Browns' starting quarterback.
All right, that would be the first interesting storyline there, because obviously Deshaun Watson, they gave up a ton for. He didn't play. Now he's back. He was not good. I mean, why do you think he just never was the player that he was? I mean, the time off and everything. We've seen guys, Michael Vick took time off and came back, and some guys miss a season or so with injury. He doesn't look anything like the player that he was.
No, and I even go back to a couple summers ago when the Browns were here, and Deshaun Watson had a really difficult time, looked like a shell of himself. I don't know that he's ever really been able to regain the previous form that he had prior to all of that. And you have to wonder at this stage of his career, Mike, is that light going to come back on? I would tend to say no. I don't know that you're going to find that you're going to suddenly rediscover that at this stage of the game right now, which is why I'm more inclined to lean towards Shedeur Sanders as the young player who he's going to be motivated. He's got a lot to prove. I think he's going to enter camp really hungry and primed to take over that spot.
Boston, Jerry Jeudy, Fannin, got some weapons there. I mean, is this offense?
Concepcion, yeah.
Casey Concepcion as well. Is this offense interesting to you at all? I mean, or is it going to be a Browns offense that we've seen this Browns offense the last couple of years has been comically bad?
Yeah, I'm not overly enthused with that offense. They did draft Spencer Fano. They have Titus Howard, Eldon Jenkins. So I think the running game should be able to benefit from that. But in terms of just the overall passing game and having a well-rounded offense that's going to be able to keep them in games, I don't foresee that. I still think they have a ways to go. There's going to be some growing pains to be expected, certainly if Shedeur is the quarterback. They have some young pieces there. You mentioned Denzel Boston and KC Concepcion. Those are two really intriguing players. I just don't know if they're ready to headline and face a lot of the pressure that they're going to take on this season. They still feel like a team that's a year or so away from really having all the pieces come together and them being a little bit more competitive.
Well, where they have been very good is on the defensive side of the ball, but obviously Myles Garrett is no longer here. Verse takes his spot, but they got a lot of interesting players. I mean, the defense has been pretty solid. You feel bad for them at times because they have worked and tried their ass off on the defensive side of the ball. They just have not got a lot of help. Who are some of the guys that stand out to make this defense a competitive one?
Malik Collins and Mason Graham right in the middle of that defense. You've talked about Jared Verse. Denzel Ward, to me, for some reason at this stage of the game, is still not being talked about enough as one of the better cornerbacks in football. I think maybe from a national perspective, you can make a case for that. But they have a lot of playmakers there, and I think that addition for Jared Verse is ultimately going to open things up for teammates to be able to clean up and make plays. And I led with the two defensive linemen and Mason Graham. Mainly Mason Graham as someone that can, and Malik Collins as two players that should be able to occupy blockers and free things up for Jared Verse. But they have a lot of other capable players on all three levels of that defense.
Well, they have perpetually pulled up the rear in this division. They are plus 2,100 to win the North. The Steelers are plus 510. The Bengals are plus 194, and the Ravens are the favorites in that division at minus 115. So that's the way they think it will go. Last year, the Steelers did win it. They were 10-7. Baltimore finished 8-9. Cincinnati 6-11, and Cleveland at 5-12. So not a powerhouse team last year. Baltimore, Cincinnati, ton of injuries. How does the North go this year?
This is one of the more fascinating division breakdowns that you're going to find. And I think the Ravens lead the way, followed by the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Mike McCarthy-led Pittsburgh Steelers.
That's right.
Then I will go with the Cincinnati Bengals, and at the proverbial basement of the AFC North, the Cleveland Browns. Some things never change, Mike. I still think, as I mentioned, that they're a year or so away. I could see the vision, and I think Todd Monken's going to get some good things going on. But I just don't think that they're ready at this moment to challenge for anything.
3 new coaches in the division. Should be very interesting. Again, Steelers were the champions last year. Andrew likes the Ravens this year, the NFC North. Next week, we'll take a look at the AFC South. Very intriguing division, which is the division the Eagles will face this year. So you get the breakdown of those 4 teams. Andrew DiCecco, Football at 4 for the Inside the Birds podcast. InsideTheBirds.com is back with that preview next week right here on Football at 4. Thanks, man.
You're welcome, Mike. Take care.
All right. That was gold. Andrew, gold. Yes. Good stuff from Andrew DiCecco here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And Football at 4, as always, is brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. I got from those 4 teams, you get to look at Baltimore. If they're healthy, they probably, with Lamar Jackson, have the best quarterback, obviously. Now, I say obviously, you got Joe Burrow. If healthy, they think they have the best quarterback. And Pittsburgh says, well, if Aaron Rodgers plays at the level that he can play, we have the best quarterback. Cleveland clearly is at the back there. But 3 really good quarterbacks in this division. I'm a Burrow guy. Some people like Lamar. I think the Steelers, obviously, with Aaron Rodgers, would be 3rd on that list. But, hey, who knows? Does Aaron Rodgers have one more run left in him at 42 years old? We shall see. He does have some interesting weapons, as we talked about. They got Pittman in there now. Obviously, DK Metcalf's there, the tight end Freiermuth, and they got a good offensive line. They drafted up front as well. So that is the AFC North, and he likes Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, here on Football at 4. All right, coming up, it is today's Nuggets. Monday, Tuesday, we had burnt, undercooked nuggets. Yesterday, the nuggets were a little uneven. They weren't grilled to perfection, that's for sure. We need a better effort out of the nuggets today. That's next. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And let me tell you about my friends at the Branches Outreach in Cape May County. Their team, volunteers, donors, and community partners work together to provide meals, stock pantry shelves, distribute clothing and personal care items, and connect individuals and families with advocacy, case management, and the support they need to move forward. For some, it's a warm meal. For others, it's groceries for their family, help navigating a difficult situation, or simply knowing there's somewhere to turn. And that is where my friends at the Branches Outreach step in. For those in need for any services, the Branches depends on people who believe in giving back to the community to keep this thing rocking and rolling. And that's where you in Cape May County or anywhere really in the listening audience, if you want to help, whether you live here year round, maybe you're just down here for the summer, you could be a part of their team. Visit thebranchesoutreach.org and make a donation today. And together we can all strengthen the community we all love. Cape May County, friends, if you could, check out thebranchesoutreach.org. But like I said, you don't have to live in Cape May County. It could be anybody out there who just wants to do something good on a hot summer day. All right, coming up, the Nuggets here on the Sports Bash.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Fresh seafood, ice cold cocktails, and sunsets that steal the show. Welcome to Yuri's Waterfront Restaurant. Grab a table inside, kick back on the deck overlooking the bay, or catch the big game at Sliders Bar. Dive into mouthwatering seafood favorites, including Yuri's famous all-you-can-eat crabs, tropical summer drinks, daily specials, plus a kids menu and an arcade the whole family will love. And right next door, the Boathouse Restaurant serves up steak, seafood, and unforgettable waterfront views. 2 amazing spots, 1 legendary Jersey Shore experience. Yuri's in the Boathouse at the foot of the bridge in Wildwood.
Hey, man, thanks for coming so fast. I couldn't get anyone else to pick up.
Yeah, it's been a busy week. I'm not complaining, though. Business is way up lately.
Wow, good for you. I've been trying to grow my accounting practice, but it's been pretty slow.
Yeah, I was in the same boat last year. What really helped me was checking out this site, mylocalcustomers.com.
Never heard of it.
Well, most people haven't. It gives you a look at how many people in town are searching for what you do, and it also provides a plan to help them actually find you.
Like online?
Exactly. It's eye-opening, and it only takes a couple minutes to get started.
Huh, well, you fixed my sink. Maybe you just fixed my business, too.
Want to know how many people in your area are searching for your type of business? Start with a local customer analysis at mylocalcustomers.com. It's quick, it's easy, and it's free. Go to mylocalcustomers.com today.
That's mylocalcustomers.com. mylocalcustomers.com.
Experience our coolest summer yet at Ocean Casino Resort. It's our first ever Water Ice Festival, July 18th from 2 to 5 p.m. Indulge in South Philadelphia's famous treat. Get your tickets today. Learn more at theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Cheers to 60 years at Maynard's Cafe in Margate. Join the party Sunday, August 2nd. Live music starts at 2, drink specials all day, and your chance to win birds and concert tickets. Cheers to 60 years at Maynard's.
All right, 429 Sports Bash. This hour of the show is brought to you by Maynard's. They're celebrating 60 years in Margate. 4 o'clock hour here on the Sports Bash. Join the party. Sunday, August 2nd, live music starts at 2. Drink specials all day. Your chance to win birds and concert tickets. Cheers to 60 years at Maynard's. We've done opening day for the Phillies there. We've done 99 bottles there. We've done all sorts of great parties at Maynard's. They know how to throw a party. So join them at Maynard's in Margate, Sunday, August 2nd. Time for the Nuggets. Now, this week we've had undercooked nuggets, burnt nuggets, half-eaten nuggets. I mean, it's Thursday. I need some good nuggets today, for God's sakes. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Earnshaw's here with today's Nuggets. Drop me a nugget. What do you got?
Oh, today, you know what, Mike? These are going to be gold nuggets, Mike. Gold. They're going to be gold, Mike. They're going to be gold.
Nice. I like it.
Oh, he was fantastic. When you told me you were getting Bania on the program last night, I couldn't believe it. I had literally, I swear on my life, I crossed my heart, hope to die, okay? I swear on my life. Last night, prior to turning on the ESPYs, I watched a couple of episodes of season 6 of I heard you let him know. I was the friend that texted you, by the way. I was the friend. You could have said Nuggets.
You were the friend that texted me that you saw the episode The Suit.
Well, I couldn't believe it because I'm watching a couple episodes. I switch over to the ESPYs, get a little later. I start walking downstairs, make my way out of my man cave, go downstairs to the bedroom, and you text me, we got Kenny Bania on tomorrow. I said, what?
Yeah.
I said, huh? Bania? I just watched
Bania.
2 episodes. What? It was so funny because it was those 2 episodes when it was like he gets the soup and then Kramer's in the store with Elaine, and he sells the suit to Bania. I was like, there's no way he's having Bania on after I just watched that minutes ago. I swear on my life I did.
It was, he's going to be here Saturday. And, I reached out to the people over there and, so I talked to his agent, I guess, yesterday or the day before. And he was like, well, he's traveling, yada, yada, give me a couple times. Now, originally he was supposed to come on Tuesday's show. But I guess he had a little bit of a scheduling snafu.
Popular guy.
So, and then Tuesday, he was supposed to go on Tuesday and for the All-Star game. We were at Uri's, so that was going to be fun. And then I talked to his agent yesterday, and he said he can come on, Thursday if you had time in the 3 o'clock hour. I said, I'll make time for Bania.
Yeah, listen, I might have to get to Steve Hytner's event on Saturday. I'm going to try and find a way there at some point. I'm going to do my best to get there because, man, that's a classic character of all time. I mean, Bania, who does it? I mean, I know you can not like Bania, but just overall as a character, he's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
Tremendous. And we were talking about it during the for those of you just tuning in, Steve Hytner, the actor and comedian who played Kenny Bania on Seinfeld. Yep. And I said to him, he said he was only supposed to be on for 1 episode, but, they brought him back a couple times. And every single time, something that he said kind of caught on. You had the soup is not a meal, the Ovaltine, the suit. It's gold, Jerry, gold. That was in the last season. He said, that was one of the things at the end. So he said almost every single time that he come on that he said something that kind of caught on.
Yeah, the nugget I found fascinating was the rewrite to get him into the episode that Jerry wanted him in. I thought that was a fascinating answer that he gave in a story, a little behind the scenes from Bania there.
Yeah. So anybody who missed that conversation, if you're watching on YouTube, you can go back on the YouTube channel into the 3 o'clock hour and check that conversation out. Anybody who listened in on the radio who wants to go, you can go on YouTube and watch all of the shows, but you can go back and watch the interview with Steve Hytner, who played Kenny Bania. We'll see.
All right. Well, these nuggets are going to be gold. All right, Mike. These nuggets are going to be absolute gold. First nugget of the day is an interesting article that came out in The Athletic that I was reading earlier. So I don't know if you saw this, Mike. Nugget number 1 has to do with Major League Baseball. The Athletic put out this tweet a little earlier along with the story, and it cracked down that has rankled some front offices across the league. The MLB has effectively outlawed the growing practice of using league-provided dugout iPads to access generative AI. According to the commissioner's office memo obtained by The Athletic, teams were pushing the boundaries of guidelines governing the use of technology by, quote, in many cases, end quote, installing custom apps that expanded the use of the iPads beyond their originally intended purpose to include recommendations regarding substitutions, pitch calling, and other in-game decisions traditionally made by players and coaches. That is via The Athletic and the MLB essentially banning the iPads in the dugout, Mr. Mike Gill. Could this be part of the reason we're seeing a lot of offense down across Major League Baseball this year?
I don't think so. No. And I'm glad they're out of the dugout. We've had this discussion before. I think you were kind of pro having analytics or access to it, to which I've said that took away the spirit of competition. The competition is supposed to be me, a human, against you, a human, and I'm smarter or better than you. Not, hey, I got information that you don't have, and now that's making me smarter than you. By the way, who's Amani Enders?
Why is that?
It says that's what it says your name is on the screen.
Oh. I used this earlier, by the way.
All right. Well, were you Amani Enders earlier today? Do you have a different name that I'm not aware of?
If you know, I use this for other purposes as I run my own college station, and one of my students was using the StreamYard earlier.
I figured that what it was, but you know. So yeah, I'm against using any sort of analytics and iPad stuff. To me, takes away the spirit of the game. Like, for instance, like the way that the GM builds the team, he shouldn't have this information that he didn't entrepreneur himself. That to me takes away the spirit of building the team. Like, in other words, if you're going through and you're having all of these numbers that are kind of like, listen, I get it. Batting average is something we always kept, on base percentage, all that kind of stuff. But that's why I feel that the analytics and all these stats have ruined the games to some extent, is because it's taken the human element out of everything. Building the team, playing the team, preparing for a team. It's supposed to be, I have a group of humans that I have to hire, and they have to go scout you, and then they give me a report, and it tells me what this team does well. Now I don't do that. I just rely on a computer to spit out all the information, and that takes away the guys that I hired are better at their job than you are.
Yeah, and some of the quotes were very interesting. In this article, one front office executive said, quote, "Gotta stop the cheating before there's cheating now." So it's not just the analytics part of the whole thing. There could be some foul play that Major League Baseball is very worried about, in the fact that everyone knows what's coming. You have it right in front of you. I don't know. It's just getting to be I think we're just going way past like the point of using it as a tool and being able to implement it into helping your team out. Now it's just becoming, this is all we're using. We're using analytics data. We're going to have an iPad in the dugout. We're going to know what's coming, et cetera, et cetera. So, I think it's just, it's getting out of hand now with everything.
Yeah, I agree. Get the iPads out of there. Play the game. This is supposed to be, I'm better than you. Let's play man to man, on the field, woman to woman, on the court, wherever you're playing. That's the way sports were intended to be.
Now, the iPads, they were first introduced league-wide in 2016. They were more regulated in 2021 after all the Astros sign-stealing stuff started coming into play. So now they're doing a mid-season change and completely just, hey, out of here.
I like it. Beat it. Get lost.
Yeah, I'm with it. I'm with you. I think it's just, we're getting to a point where it's past like fun anymore. It's just like it's getting ridiculous. Like that everything's got to go through artificial intelligence, or we're gonna cheat because we have an iPad technology, like all that type of stuff. It's just getting out of hand at this point. It's not fun to watch or play the game anymore. It's all becoming just so computerized. I'm cool with using it as a tool. It was helpful, etc. But now we're just going one way. I think there's going to come a point where it's going to go completely back the other way. It's going to be a pendulum.
I hope. I mean, I've said this for years. I don't like the fact that all these, guys have all this extra information. It's like, well, I have the information, use it. Well, that's not the intention. Like, even like the ABS sometimes bothers me. I get it. The home plate umpire misses balls and strikes every once in a while. But I think what we're seeing with this ABS, it's not as bad as we thought it was. These guys are calling strikes and they're getting challenged. And a lot of times, like, they're right or wrong. But sometimes when they're wrong, I mean, it's by half an inch.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know what? I don't need an ABS challenge for a ball or strike that's a half an inch wrong. They're like, get it right no matter what. No, the ABS should be there if the ball is like 2 ball lengths off the plate and the guy calls it a strike. That's when I have no problem. But sometimes these guys are just calling it, and it's missing by literally a fraction of an inch. And it's like, I don't really need that to be fixed.
Yeah, it's coming to a point where the human element is kind of, you want it back. You want the human element kind of back into the game more so, because we're going too far with the computer, right? Listen, I want them to get it right. I want them to get balls and strikes correct. Like, I feel like we should do the ABS a little bit differently. And like, I don't think you should be able to have a challenge. Like, you should have like 1 to 2 challenges per game, and that's it. Cut it off. Like, not if you get it wrong, or if you get it right, you get to keep your challenge. I think it's like 1 or 2 times per game.
See, I don't even agree with that. I think that there just should be somebody watching, and it's exactly what I said. If there's an egregious miss, somebody just says, you know what, you missed that one egregiously. We're going to take it.
Well,
Anything
yeah,
that's
I
like
wouldn't
half
mind
an
that.
inch or anything, you just let it go.
I wouldn't mind that. You have someone up in the booth saying like calling down like, "Hey, that we're gonna correct that." To be honest,
like the umpires
send the buzzer
listen,
down, something.
Anything that's a ball length off the plate, if you get that wrong, we're gonna call and just let you know that, hey, you got that one wrong. But anything that misses and it's like that little red line hits literally the top edge of the ball, I don't need that to be changed. I just don't.
Yeah, because it's hurting the pitchers, right? Like guys used to paint the corner, get the call. You could get a strike zone and feel out the umpire a little bit. You're kind of losing that with the ABS. And that's one of the unintended consequences of adding all this technology and, having it for the players available to use and challenge and fix. And yeah, it's just getting way, way ridiculous now.
I agree. Listen, I don't begrudge the technology. I'm not one of these
no.
I just feel like it's overkill. It should be what the game's intended to be. The better players, the better prepared team, the better, team wins, not the better team that has more information.
It's sports. It's supposed to be fun. Mano y mano. Let's ride. All right. We're going way too far with it, I feel like now. So yeah, I'm with you. But there you go. Nugget number one. The iPads are coming out of the dugouts as of right now. All right.
Good.
Moving
and
along.
Get them off the sidelines while we're at it.
Oh, get them out of the sideline too. Can't have the offensive coordinator looking down at plays. No more Sean McVay throwing iPads, nothing like that. You don't want to see it?
No. I mean, the game, you practice all week long. Now you're in the game. Whatever you did in practice, if by the time the game comes, you're not. That's too bad. You don't get to sit on the sideline on the Jenkins hot seat over there while you're with an iPad in your hand where they're telling, back in the day, you called up on the phone and the guy upstairs said, "Hey, there was a guy open, you missed him."
I was gonna move on to nugget number 2, but this question just popped in my head for you. Which is more irritating to you, the iPads on the sideline or the player podcasts?
I mean, I would say the iPads in sports, like in general, would be more irritating because I don't have to listen to the podcast. They are bringing the game to a level that I don't need it to be at or don't want it to be at.
All right, there you go. Fair. All right, nugget number 2. Gary Trent, I don't know if you saw Shams Charania today, tweeted out that he agreed to a 4-year, $64 million.
Trent is making the Nuggets.
Yes, Gary Trent made the Nuggets. Here's why. He agreed to a 4-year, $64 million deal to stay with the Bucks. However, after that was announced, Shams Charania tweeted out, the NBA is probing the signed $64 million free agent deal for Gary Trent Jr. with the Milwaukee Bucks per a league spokesman. And Brian Windhorst went on NBA, I think it was NBA Countdown a little bit earlier, and he said, quote, "What has raised the flag is that Gary Trent will be perceived by the league as being overpaid by the same team that he was underpaid for the last 2 years." So what is going on here, Mike Gill? I don't know if I've ever seen like a contract signing so fast get probed by the NBA. This is fascinating.
I did hear something about this that, it seemed that he got, way overpaid by what people thought that he might get in this offseason. Quite frankly, I wouldn't even have known Gary Trent still in the league, let alone getting the contract that he got for a team that's not very good, by the way. So what are they insinuating that the last time he took less to try to help them out and now they're helping him out on the back end?
Yeah, so they're looking at the Milwaukee Bucks for possible salary cap circumvention. That is what a league spokesperson said. So I'm very curious to see, oh man, I wonder where this is all going to go. You already have the Kawhi stuff going on. They're holding up that trade for possible salary cap circumvention. Gary Trent getting $64 million.
I think that, listen, if you have circumvented the cap, they should nail you for it. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, but the fact it happened so fast after the announcement, hey, he signed the contract, boom. Not too long after, he's getting probed right away. They were on it when this was announced because this came out, the 11th? So he got this on the 11th, and then 5 days later, he gets probed for it.
I would imagine that if they probed him that early, they have on pretty good authority that something's fishy.
Yeah, something weird's going on. But like, does this make you think? Like, how many contracts across the league could be circumventing the cap? If this is
I think that, but this one apparently is pretty egregious, though, right?
Yeah, this is very egregious.
Yeah,
because he made what was it? He signed a 2-year, $7.5 million contract with the Bucks at the start of last year. $3.7 million during the 25-26 season established his early bird rights, allowing him to re-sign with a team if it is over the salary cap. So he wasn't making a lot of money.
No, and I don't. The sad part is, it's like this poor guy has to be told you're not good enough to get that contract.
Well,
you know what I mean?
he also had some of the lowest numbers of his career last year. That's also part of the equation. So I think this is why $64 million. He had a not great year, and he's getting 64 if they're making that.
Doesn't add up.
Yeah, something's wrong there. So I'm just curious to see how much like more of this may come out, like with the Kawhi, now Gary Trent. How many teams have been trying to circumvent the cap for like years and years now, it feels like, that we're just starting to find out about this thanks to Pablo Torre.
That's right. I would imagine a lot of teams are trying to get away with this, where like, hey, do this or do that, take less, we'll get you under this, do that, we'll do something for you on the side. I mean, yeah, I'm not surprised by that one bit.
Yeah, it doesn't shock me, but now it's all really starting to come to light. All right, moving along. Final nugget of the day. I don't know if you guys have stepped outside at all. All right. But it's not great out there. You can't really breathe because of the Canadian wildfires. And tonight's Phillies-Mets game has been moved up an hour to 6:10 because of the air quality. Now, if you remember a couple years ago, they canceled games. Like, they moved games and postponed them because of it. I wonder if this game gets off on time at 6:10, or I wonder if they delay it, because I was seeing pictures. You can't even see the city going over the Walt or the Ben Franklin.
Yeah, so Josh was telling me that Tim Kelly, I guess, from On Patterson had tweeted out that, they canceled a game a couple of years ago, but he said he doesn't think this is nearly as bad as it was the time that they canceled that game a couple of years ago. Now, I was outside earlier this morning around like 9-ish, somewhere in that realm, like between 9 and 10, and I barely noticed that anything was going on.
So I'm closer to the stadiums than you are. I went out at like 1-ish, like 1:15. I was coughing. Like, it was very noticeable, and like if you breathed it in, you would start coughing a little bit.
Well, like my girlfriend was telling me, like where we are, the air quality index is 118. In like Cape May, for instance, right now.
Right.
Now, this is not right now. This is earlier, probably about 3:00ish. She had messaged me that the air quality index where we are is 118, but in Cape May, it's 146.
Oh,
so that's a big difference.
So where I am at right now, it is 164.
Whoa.
Yeah. And I am 20.
How do you find that? Where do I find this number?
I'm just on the weather app. So it is saying 164, unhealthy. Everyone may begin to experience health effects. Members of sensitive groups may experience more serious health effects. Where I am at right now, it's in Blackwood.
All right. Well,
so 20 minutes outside the stadium, and it's supposed to get worse as the day and night go along. So tomorrow might have some trouble.
Like today, right now, for instance, Hytner is a zip code that I know off the top of my head. It's 122.
Okay, so down the shore, little less than up north towards the Camden County area.
And then let me see if Cape May has changed. It was whatever I said earlier. That is at 128 right now.
Okay.
So
I'm at 160.
Better, I guess, according to this from what she told me earlier. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm at 164 right now. So
and
Philadelphia, Blackwood. So I'm 20 minutes outside of Philadelphia at the moment.
Blackwood, New Jersey. Let me just see if my thing is. Oh, yeah. Yours is 155. It says unhealthy.
Yeah. 164 on my app. So,
yeah, this is the airnow.gov.
Yeah. I wonder if it affects any of the games in the next couple of days. That's going to be fascinating because this happened just a couple of years ago. I remember it. It was bad.
Yeah, I do remember them canceling games, and I thought that was a little odd.
I think they're moving it up because it's going to get worse as the night goes on. So might as well move it up to 6:10. So there you go for tonight's ball game. Bills Mets.
Yeah, by the way, like Margate, it is 122, which means it's unhealthy, but for sensitive people.
Yeah.
Now, that's a tough group to peg these days.
Yeah. So there you go. All right. We'll see if they move it again. There's cancellations over the next 2, but it's something to monitor. That's for sure. 6:10 tonight is first pitch. So got to get moving out of there, that studio, Mike, to watch the game tonight.
Yeah, a little early start for the Phils tonight. By the way, Brad Keller news. Boo. That's a big blow.
Yeah, big blow. They need pitching on pitching on pitching at the deadline, Mike. I can't stress it enough on the Nuggets. This team needs pitching. The right at bat's great, but this team needs pitching.
Did you hear Halliburton today ask LeBron a question like how many, what did he say? Like something about how many days or how many teams or something. He's like, and he said 70. What are you on? 76?
Yeah.
You think that was a little something?
I thought it was a little like, a little nugget, like to push it LeBron, but he didn't really give us much today. He just
dropped the number 76 in there. Do you think there was a reason though?
I think it was to mess with him a little bit. I don't think Halliburton knows.
What's your percentage right now that LeBron comes to Philly?
35%.
Wow, 35.
Yeah, 35. I think he's going to Cleveland.
Earlier in the show, I was at 78.
Wow.
You don't buy any of these like his daughter's enrolled in the schools? Have you seen the new class list? Her name is on the list.
Yeah, I don't know. We did this. We did this one.
I know we did this once before.
Once before. I think he's still going back to Cleveland. It'd be nice. I want him to come here. I've been a very big proponent of him coming here. It'd be the best team. I just think he's going back to Cleveland. Just a gut feeling.
All right. There's the Nuggets today on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. See ya.
See ya.
All right. Nick Earnshaw has Knicks Nuggets every day here on the Sports Bash Live. When we come back, we're going to check in on that Phillies game. It's a little early start. We got that and more still to come. 501 Sports Fast Live, 97 Radio. A lot of news happening at Citizens Bank Park. Scott Lauber from the Philadelphia Inquirer is here as the Phillies get ready to start the second half of the season. They got news before a couple of things. One, Brad Keller, it has been announced, is on the injured list, and it looks like he will likely miss the rest of not only this season, potentially next season as well. Steph Johnson has been recalled. They already got a bullpen hit issue. We'll discuss that coming up in just a second. And now we told you earlier, the game has been moved up to 6:10. It was originally a 7:10 start, which means, Scott Lauber, I know you are probably very busy running around, so we'll get you in and out. Get a couple of quick things going on. I wanted to catch up with you, man. How's everything going?
Good, Mike. How are you?
All good. And, I guess let's start with the Brad Keller news. I mean, I guess he's a little bit surprised considering he pitched in a game on the 8th, and now they're telling him he's potentially going to have Tommy John surgery.
Yeah, so the deal with that is that, he missed about 3 weeks with some tendinitis, they called it, in his forearm elbow area. And I was in Milwaukee when he pitched before he went on the injured list, and then talked to him about a week and a half ago or so during his rehab, and he was encouraged by how he felt. He described it as night and day. He said, he was having trouble straightening his elbow before, and then they went through the rehab process, and he pitched in a few minor league games, and he did pitch last Wednesday in Cincinnati, and pitched well and felt okay afterwards. And then he did not pitch in any of the last 4 games before the break, which, as someone who covers the team, it kind of raises your antenna a little bit. Like, why wasn't he available? And Mattingly just said we wanted to stay away from him. And then he went and he got an MRI on Monday, and it showed a tear in the UCL ligament, which is the Tommy John ligament. Whereas the previous MRI, which was done when he went on the injured list the first time, did not show it. So it was probably there. It didn't show up, and now it's showing up. So he's going to get a second opinion, but the Phillies are not expecting him to pitch the rest of the season. And as you said, if he has Tommy John surgery, that puts him out for a good deal of next year as well, which is a real blow to their bullpen. They were already looking for bullpen help, and now you could certainly make the argument that the bullpen rises to the level of their number one need before the deadline, which is August 3rd.
Yeah, you break that down. Keller, I mean, let's be honest, I guess we can all agree he was a little bit of a disappointment to begin with, but the disappointment of losing him entirely probably, puts getting a high leverage guy now at the top of the list, right? I mean, not just a bullpen arm, a high leverage guy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I think that's got to be the priority, at least to me now. And it's funny because up until about maybe a week or so ago, I would have told you that there was no question that the priority in my mind, and I think in theirs as well, was a right-handed bat. Now, of course, you can go get multiple things at the trade deadline, but it's gonna, the more things you need to get, the more you have to give up, and there's not a whole lot in the farm system to give. So I would have said that right-handed bat, was where I thought that they were leaning. And now I think that priority is going to shift because, as you said, it's not just, hey, go find another bullpen arm. It's find a higher leverage arm. You have arguably the best closer in the sport in Joan Duran, but you have to get to him. And Orion Kerkering now becomes kind of the top setup guy, if you will. Jonathan Bolin, who has pitched well lately, is going to have greater importance in that bullpen. But Jose Alvarado has not pitched well. Tanner Banks has not pitched well. So, I think they were already looking for a lefty reliever, and now I think they need just, whatever, the best leverage arm that they can find to help set up Duran. Interestingly, the Mets have a few names, and they're a team that we know is going to be a seller. Do you go out and try to get Luke Weaver? Do you go out and try to get Brooks Raley? Do you go out and try to get somebody, of that ilk who could help you? It's just going to be interesting to see what they can sort of pick off from a team that sells. There aren't that many teams out there that are just clear-cut sellers yet. and we'll see if that crystallizes over the next 2.5 weeks.
We're talking with Scott Lauber from the Philadelphia Inquirer, covers the Phillies. He's at Citizens Bank Park. Phillies game, by the way, moved up to 6:10 tonight because of the air. Gage Wood, Alex McFarland, would they be options in your mind at all?
Well, I think they have to both get to AAA first, and I'll explain why I'm saying that. I was at the Futures game on Sunday, and Gage Wood was talking afterwards about he threw only one slider in the game, and granted it was one inning that he pitched, but he said he threw only one slider because with the big league baseball, his grip on the slider is not as good. The ball tends to pop out of his hand, he said. And, for people who are confused about that, like until you get to AAA, the baseball is literally different. It's softer in AA and the seams are a little bit higher. So you get to AAA, they use the big league ball, and, they're certainly, I think, going to anyone that they're going to call up. They obviously want to make sure that's someone who has pitched with the big league baseball before they get here. It's totally backwards. I don't know why it is that way. They should use the same one everywhere they are, but that's not the case. So both McFarland and Gage Wood are in AA. I think they've got to get to AAA first before they become viable options. McFarland is on the 40-man roster already. Gage Wood is not. So McFarland probably is in a better position to get called up. The other thing to remember with Gage Wood is that, he's at 55 innings this year. He threw only 39 innings last year between college and the minor leagues. So there is an innings limit on him. I don't know what it is. I don't know what their target number is, but, he's going to hit that number at some point this season. The question is, does he get to AAA first? And is there any sort of wiggle room within that number to get him here to do that? I don't know that there's going to be that kind of wiggle room. So I would tell you McFarland is probably the more likely of the two, but again, they both have to get to AAA first and get used to that baseball.
All right, let's get you out on this one. Rincona's just playing right field. He's in the lineup tonight, and he's the left-handed bat, which means he gets most of the starts. Do you feel that they are actively looking to upgrade just a right-handed bat in general, or would they look for the best left-handed bat, or do they like Rincones?
Yeah, there's a lot there. I mean, I think that they would like to get a right-handed bat. That would be I think that's their priority. But there's not a lot of supply in that area, and it's league-wide. I mean, for whatever reason, we're in a cycle where right-handed hitters, especially righty-hitting outfielders, are hard to find. And they're even harder to find when 23 out of the 30 teams, I think, are either in playoff position or, within 4 games of playoff position coming out of the All-Star break. The buyers far outnumber the sellers. And obviously, the closer we get to August 3rd, some of those teams are going to decide that they're not really contenders and they're going to go more into the sell category. But right now, 2.5 weeks from the deadline, you've got the buyers way outnumbering the sellers. And so there's not a whole lot of inventory there. So that I think tells you that they're going to try to find the best bat to play in the outfield, regardless of handedness. They are, I will say this, more encouraged by what they've seen from Rincones, the plate appearances and the at-bats over the last week or so than they were before. I think he had a better road trip. He certainly played. He certainly had better. I was in Kansas City at the beginning of that trip, and he certainly had better at-bats there. So I think that they're a little bit more encouraged by that. But, I do think that they are still looking for help, preferably from the right side. But, Derek Hill has also played pretty well as a right-handed platoon outfielder. So, I think that they're going to just try to find the best available hitter that they can and see if they can upgrade from what they already have.
Does it seem, Scott, though, that they want Hill to maybe platoon with Crawford? Like that would be where they ultimately want to get this thing?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's right because we know he's a good center fielder and he brings some energy when he goes in there, and it still gets Crawford in the lineup most of the time to do his thing, and Hill can kind of be a nice complement to that. So I think you're right. I think if they can find a right fielder who can play every day and preferably a right-handed hitting one, I keep thinking Taylor Ward from the Orioles. I know it wouldn't be a trade deadline, right, if we weren't talking about Taylor Ward, who seems like he's always available. And he's had kind of a weird year in Baltimore where he's hitting for less power, but he's getting on base more. I think that's kind of the sort of hitter that they need, is someone who can get on base more so that the big guys can drive him in. And I think that would be a guy who might fit in this lineup. So the Orioles are one of those teams that is within 4 games of a playoff spot. I don't think they're ready to go sell yet, but we'll see what happens as we get closer to August 3rd.
All right, Scott Lauber is at Citizens Bank Park. They have moved the time up. It's an hour from now. So, Scott, we appreciate you jumping on board so close to the game, man.
Sure thing. Anytime.
All right, Scott Lauber from the Inquirer giving us a couple quick notes. Brad Keller out for most likely the rest of the season. He said he's a little surprised by it all. Keller did earlier today. But the one question that I asked Scott, and his answer is very interesting, is what about Gage Wood and McFarland? All right, his answer is a very insightful one, which is these guys are both at Double-A. The baseball is different at Double-A. I mean, how preposterous is that? That they've never really thrown a major league ball. The ball is softer. It's different at Double-A. So you're in a situation where you got these two guys. Now, for those of you who don't really know Alex McFarland is I don't want to say an older prospect, but, it's not like he's a young 21-year-old kid. He's 25 years old. He's pitching at Double-A. But he's dominating at Double-A. Jeff Kerr's going to join us for Fastball with Oscar at 5:30 tonight. Now, Jeff has seen McFarland throw in person multiple times and spoken to him multiple times. Here's the deal with McFarland, okay? He's pitched 4 minor league seasons. He's 5-17 with an ERA of 4.75 and a WHIP of 1.4. Those numbers aren't very impressive. The one number that's impressive for him is strikeouts, 208 in 172 innings. Okay. This particular season, he's having a really good year for Reading, which is the highest level of baseball that he has ever pitched. Now, he threw at Reading last year in 2025, but only 4 games. So the sample size is very small. They weren't 4 good games, by the way. His ERA was 6.35, and his WHIP was 1.7. Those numbers aren't good. But this year, he has found himself, if you will. He's got a 2.12 ERA, a 1.1 WHIP. He's got 45 strikeouts in 34 innings. Okay, he sounds like a guy. Now, everybody's really gravitates to him because of the fact that he throws 102 miles an hour, okay? You throw 100 miles an hour, you're going to get on the radar. Now, the guy who's up here that got called up today, Seth Johnson, you might say, what about Seth Johnson? Because Seth Johnson at AAA Lehigh has been outstanding. So I can't look at McFarland's numbers and just say, well, he's dominating there. That should translate the strikeouts, the low ERA, the WHIP. Example, McFarland is pitching at Lehigh Valley. 26 games. He has a 2.17 ERA and a 1.1 WHIP. He's got 40 strikeouts in 29 innings. These are outstanding numbers. Well, he's come up to the big leagues and he stinks. 7.15 ERA in 11 appearances with a 1.6 WHIP. For whatever reason, it's one of the more mystifying things is how a guy can be so dominant on the mound at one level and be so inept at the next level. Now, I get it. This is the big leagues. This is the majors. You're at AAA. Totally different. But the one thing that stands out is in the minor leagues, he had 11 walks in 29 innings. In the big leagues, he has 10 walks in 11 innings. I mean, that's a big problem for him. His WHIP is 1.6 because he keeps walking guys. Got 10 walks in 11 innings. You're walking a guy every inning. It's terrible. So I do caution just seeing McFarland and how dominant he's been at Double-A. That doesn't necessarily mean he's going to come up here and just start striking guys out at the same level. His track record in the minors has not been good. So I agree with what Scott's saying for a couple of reasons. I don't know that McFarland's now, he's 25 years old. Again, he's been in the system for a while. This isn't a guy who's just, where did he come from? He has been in the system. He pitched at Clearwater. He's pitched at Jersey Shore up the road. And by the way, for those of you listening who went to go see him pitch in Lakewood, it wasn't good. 2-9 with an ERA of 4.72. That's not good. The 4.72 ERA at single A. I mean, listen, he was 24 years old pitching at high A. You know what high A is for? Guys who are 20, 22, not 24. So it's impressive what he's done at Reading. I'll give him that, but don't act like this guy's the savior. Why don't they just call him up? Now, Gage Wood, let's take a look at him for a second. And by the way, Don Mattingly was asked about if either one of these guys are optioned. You'll hear what he had to say about that in just a second. But first, I want to go to Gage Wood. So Gage Wood, who many people may or may not know, Gage Wood was the Phillies' top draft pick last year. He was a first-round pick. He really gained notoriety for pitching in the College World Series at Arkansas. Now, his numbers at Arkansas, they weren't great either. They were good, not like, whoa. I mean, his last season at Arkansas, he was okay, 3.82 ERA. And I know college is tough. They're using mental bats, so I'm not, but 4.46 ERA, 4.80 ERA. Now, big strikeout numbers. That's where he really gained notoriety. He racked up a lot of strikeouts at college. So this year, he is 22 years old, which is big different from McFarland. That's what I'm talking about. You're pitching at Clearwater or Lakewood or Jersey Shore, whatever the heck they call it. You're 21, 22 years old, not 25. So he's 22 pitching at Reading right now. Interestingly enough, at Clearwater, which is, for those of you, Clearwater is the lowest of the affiliated ball. Clearwater is low A. Jersey Shore would be high A. So you go to Clearwater first, and then generally you go to Jersey Shore. For Gage Wood, he skipped over Jersey Shore and went right to Reading. But his ERA at Reading and Clearwater, the numbers, he's pitched in 8 games at both spots. They're almost identical. He's pitched in 8 games at Reading, 8 games in Clearwater. His ERA in Reading, 3.45. In Clearwater, 3.42. He's pitched 28 innings in Reading, 26 innings in Clearwater. In Reading, he's given up 24 hits. In Clearwater, he gave up 17. The one big number, strikeouts. In Reading, 39 strikeouts. In Clearwater, 40 strikeouts. So the numbers across the board, the whip, 1.1. In Reading, the whip in Clearwater, 1.1. Now, Clearwater is a much lower level of baseball. So the more surprising thing is that his numbers in Clearwater weren't better. But his numbers in Reading are good. They're not eye-poppingly great. Keep this in mind as well. He has pitched 8 games in Clearwater and 8 games at Reading. He's got 16 games this year. They are all as a starter. He hasn't pitched in relief at all. So to say that he's going to come in the middle of a pennant race and then all of a sudden go to the bullpen and fix your bullpen problems, I think that's a little far-fetched as well. 609-403-0973. All right, Don Mattingly was asked about McFarland and Gage Wood just moments ago. Here's what he said.
Is Alex McFarland considered an option for you guys? I've heard Alex's name. I haven't heard his name about coming here. I know he was still in Double-A. I don't know if they've moved him at this point or if they're going to move him. So until he, start hearing his name, he's not really, I guess, an option at this point. Anybody that's on the roster, though, always ends up being a possibility.
All right. So McFarland, he said he didn't even know his name. So it doesn't sound like a ringing endorsement for Alex McFarland.
So the follow-up question I wanted to give you, Mike, is one of the reporters, and it was kind of hard to hear, but they said something to the extent of, well, what would the reason be why you don't have guys like Gage Wood and Alex McFarland up here yet? And this was Mattingly's explanation.
Probably inexperience as much as anything. They're not wanting to push him too far, too fast. So, yeah, everything's been good. So, again, I'm not dealing with like how they, are proceeding with developing, him in particular. Is it, the next plan is the next level, things like that. So I don't really know what would be holding him back.
So he's saying they don't have the experience. It's basically the way he's breaking that down, and he's not wrong. Neither one has been past Double-A. I mean, that's pretty obvious that neither one of these guys, and I thought that was very interesting what Lauber brought up. The fact that you haven't been past Double-A means you haven't used the right baseball yet. That's wild.
Despite what Mattingly just told you, Mike, he was asked again about Gage Wood.
On the note of the minor league roster, has Gage Wood and Double-A been discussed at all as a possibility?
I've heard his name, but I have a lot like McFarland. I haven't heard any thought of this guy's going to come out of our pen or he's going to start or anything like that. Just heard his name. That he's everybody likes him.
He's said the same thing. He must have been asked about McFarland first and then Wood separately, and
Yeah, so
basically said, I don't know his name either.
Right. So the chronology of the conversation was he was first asked about Alex McFarland specifically. Then he answered that. Then three guys started talking all at the same time, trying to ask him a follow-up question. And then he answered about, well, if anybody's not here, yes, because of an experience. Then he was followed up with specifically about Gage Wood. And that's where that answer came in. And he ended the flurry of conversation basically saying, he was asked to Mike about the current roster as is. Like, is this team good enough as is?
I've always said I'm pretty comfortable with this club the way it is. I know we're always going to try to get better. Everybody's going to try to get better at the deadline if they can. For me, I'm comfortable with where we're at. If you say, well, this is our club the rest of the way, and whoever's in the minor leagues or whatever is going to help us, then we go forward. We're good enough to win.
With my guys, I'll go to war with these guys. We're good enough to win. He knows that's not true. He has to know that's not true.
Is this pro wrestling rules where I tell you 3 truths and a lie?
Sure. And that's a lie. That one right
No,
there.
the fourth one was the lie.
That one that he said he doesn't believe that at all.
The other 3 are true, and the fourth one's a lie. Got it.
Sports Bash is live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. We're going to go to the ballpark for today's Phillies fastball. Jeff Kerr is at Citizens Bank Park with today's Phillies fastball. Oscar Budijan will join as well. We'll get his take on McFarland and Wood and what Mattingly just said. That's coming up. The Sports Bash is live on 97.3 ESPN. And this hour of the show, it's brought to you by Cross County Connections. Our friends at Cross County Connection are making it easy to get around South Jersey. Connected jobs, colleges, healthcare, shopping, government services, and NJ Transit hubs, all at no cost to riders. For details, call 856-229-7571 or visit driveless.com. And don't forget, the new weekday lineup starts August the 3rd with the Golics. Mike and Mike are back. Mike Golick Sr. and Mike Golick Jr. are coming back to 97.3 ESPN. All right, 5:31 time now for Phillies Fastball, the fastest look at the Phillies on the radio. It's brought to you by Hytner Social. It's the place to go to catch every Phillies game. Tonight's game is starting a little earlier, and Jeff Kerr is at the ballpark along with our guy Oscar Budijan, who is with us, of course, for today's Phillies Fastball. And Jeff, we'll start with you. The news came down not too long ago. Brad Keller looks like he will miss not only this year, he possibly could miss next year as well. We know this bullpen's a problem. How big of a blow is this to the team? And this is with Keller not pitching all that well this year.
Yeah, Mike, it's pretty huge. I'm not going to lie. Like, you were hoping for Brad Keller to have a good second half of the season. Now, obviously, he's not going to be pitching the second half of the season. And I thought it was awkward when he came back and he pretty much was on the shelf then. And he admitted he had an MRI on Monday, and he was shocked to hear this news. He took in a lot of positive stride. Keller said he is not sure if he will pitch again this season. I don't think the Phillies are counting on that. Don Mattingly gave an endorsement for the guys he had. He said Jose Alvarado needs to be Jose Alvarado. Looks like Ryan Kirkring's going to have an elevated role again. So we'll see. But I mean, they're going to need relievers.
They're going to need relievers, Oscar. We talk about the circle of trust in that bullpen. Keller's a guy, I don't know that we trusted, but I think we were counting on him coming back healthy and pitching in high leverage situations. They need a high leverage guy now, right?
Yeah, I mean, Turner and to me, Keller were the two guys that I had identified that they were going to have significantly better second halves. And not having Keller there, it just opens a huge hole on a relief corps that is now 21st in baseball. 4.44 ERA. This is a problem. This is a problem. The only true guy that you can absolutely 100% trust is Durant. Outside of that, I mean, it's going to be you're going to have to be a magician. And I know what Mattingly just said a few minutes ago. We're going to go with whatever we have. We all we got. We all we need. Not necessarily. I mean, we don't have all we got to be able to win a World Series. And I think that's the way Dave and Middleton are going to look at this year. I mean, look, your window is there. I mean, it's closing, and it's closing very fast. The question is, what do you have to give up? And I think, I mean, we heard the name of Woods. We heard the name of McFarland. I think the biggest question for Dave right now is what can he get back giving away those prospects? If he's going to get more than those guys coming and pitching at Citizens Bank Park, and that is a huge question mark right now.
Jeff, what did he say about McFarland and Gage Wood? Don Mattingly was asked about specifically those two guys. I want to hear what he had to say and then follow up with what you think about those two guys.
So this is what makes it interesting, right? And look, I believe Don Mattingly when he says he's not like he's getting the reports, right? He's not as in on the prospects as Rob Thompson is. He's just hearing what he's hearing. And like, they haven't even moved him up to AAA yet, which, as we all know, AAA is the Major League Baseball. So they haven't gotten McFarland to that point yet. Rob Thompson is he's just hearing what he's hearing. Like, they haven't even moved him up. I apologize.
There you
go. I'm hearing my own echo. So this is what I personally think. I think McFarland could be an option for this team. I think he could help them right now. It's just, is he going to be on the ranked roster tomorrow night? Are they going to elevate him to AAA? He doesn't want to move Alex McFarland too fast. That was Don Mattingly's words. But are they using Alex McFarland for trade bait? That's what I keep hearing, because he's a guy who could probably fetch them somebody, but they need a right-handed reliever right now. And for Gage Wood, from what I'm hearing, the plan is to still have Gage Wood in Reading as the starter. I mean, obviously plans can change, and this Brad Keller thing could change things. But right now, I think the plan is just to keep Gage Wood where he is. I was going to ask that. So there's a couple things there. One, do you guys believe that Don Mattingly doesn't know who these guys are?
No.
I mean, he made it like this is the first I'm hearing of their names.
Who did that?
Now, in fairness to him, he was giving me Dante Nori reports. I'm like, well, he hasn't played in 5 weeks. So,
yeah.
Look,
well,
so let's be clear. I think this is on Dave right now. Dave, look, he did a great job last year. This year, let's go back for a second, guys. Adolis Garcia, Andrew Painter, Brad Keller, and Crawford. Those were the 4 changes that, and then you could add our dear friend in left field. But Otto Kemp. So those were the 5 changes that changed. Remember in the beginning of the year, no, we're not coming back. We're not running it back. Well, we're running it back. And the reality is that 3 out of the 4 guys that you had as starters have not worked out. The question is, Crawford is there doing his part. What are you going to do? And look, the window is closing. That's a reality. I mean, H is not going to go back. I mean, it's happening and the door is closing and you have an opportunity right now. Look, the National League is better than the American League. So if you're able to surprise the Dodgers primarily, you have a good chance.
So I want to ask Jeff about McFarland first. Let's start with McFarland here. He's 25 years old. He's pitching at AA. He has not had some career where he's been just lights out, dominant at every level. This is really the first year that he is.
Yeah, this is new.
Right.
Yeah.
So now what stands out about him, he throws 102 miles an hour. But do you think that he is ready to help this team out, or are they right in not rushing him?
I'm going to go with I think he is ready, honestly, just from hearing from a lot of people within the organization. My take on Alex McFarland is ever since they moved him to the bullpen when he came back from Tommy John surgery, he started for like a month or 2 and then they moved him. He's been lights out. And I think he's ready for a role like this. Like, they protected him. They kept this guy on the 40-man roster. They brought him up in April. I know he didn't pitch, but he was an extra arm, but he was ready to go. And from what I was told, if he was going to pitch in that Braves series, and it just didn't happen the way the roster construction works. So now I think it's time to at least try it, right? This can be an internal improvement and you don't have to give up anything. The problem is I just think they want to use him and use that 101, 102 mile per hour fastball to tell other teams, look, we got a guy who's ready to pitch in the majors now, but we need a major league ready arm. We need your guy. And I think he's a trade chip for them. I don't like that because I think he can help them, but they got to promote him at some point. I mean, you just can't keep telling me he's going to be in AA, for high leverage situations, or you want him to adapt to being a closer. He's not going to be a closer up here. So what are we doing?
I asked that question for 2 reasons. One, we see Seth Johnson, his numbers at AAA dominating.
Yeah, he's great.
Comes up to AAA, comes up to AAA, he's dominant. Comes up to the majors, Seth Johnson's not ready for that jump.
Yeah, it always feels like, I always think Seth Johnson's going to do something when he comes up here because of what he's done in AAA. And look, he still has the heat, but just can't seem to get major league hitters out. And
I do believe Seth Johnson is going to be a pitcher down the road. There's some people that develop faster than others. I mean, the guy has a tremendous arm. The question is, I mean, sometimes you need more time in the oven to be able to cook. And I think that's the case with Seth Johnson.
I love that saying, by the way.
Well, Seth Johnson is up, and he might need to be a bigger role here. I'll ask you guys this, Jeff and Oscar. Gage Wood has 16 games. They're all as a starter. So is he even being considered as a guy that can help this bullpen?
See, here's the catch, right? He's a starter, but he's only pitched 5 innings once. And I was at the game, he pitched 5 innings. Like, they upped the pitch count to 70 that night. Like, he hasn't thrown more than 70 pitches. And look, Gage Wood, he only threw 39 innings last year because of his injury. So really, what everybody remembers is the College World Series no-hitter, but he really didn't pitch that much last year. And would Gage Wood like to pitch more and be a starter? Yeah, but he's willing to accept any role they give him. And if you want to manage his innings, maybe you do move him to the bullpen. But I just don't think that's an option right now. I just think they want to develop him in AA. I don't think the plan is to bring him up this year.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think if they're going to bring one, it's probably McFarland. I mean, in terms of 3.42 ERA at Clear. I mean, at Reading is a 3.45 ERA. I mean, I just don't think Wood is ready for prime time yet. I think he needs one more year, and I'm probably McFarland as well. But McFarland has tremendous stuff. So I mean, it's probably the upside is there right now in the short term for McFarland. It's a tough call. I'm telling you, Dombrowski has a tough situation in his hands.
I would throw this. You just mentioned Dombrowski. Does this Keller injury today mean that he has to work quicker, or does he still take his time? He's got 3 weeks.
Look, I think this team is fine. Look, I think this team is
fastball for you right there, right down the black.
I mean, the reality is, look, the Braves are in much bigger need of starters than the Phillies are of trying to fix the relief pitching in the back, even though I don't like what we have right now. I mean, I don't like our situation right now, but the Braves are in huge trouble. We at least are winning with what we have. We won over the last month without Keller. By the way, I'm getting very worried because in the month of July, our ERA is up to 5. Is the highest it's been all year. It's at 5.31. Our ERA during the month of July, and we're 6-5 in the month of July, and we're not scoring as many runs. So we're 26 in runs and 23rd on ERA in the month of July. So we haven't started that hot.
By the way, Oscar, this team needed the break. Not only were they the first game out of the break, they also got pushed up an hour early, so everybody's routines are kind of discombobulated right now. It's just a weird situation. And look, it feels to me like when they lost Harrison Bader in game 1 of the playoffs last year, like you're back to square one. Like you're back to, okay, now you don't have Brad Keller. Like that was your 8th inning guy. Now you got to go with either Jonathan Bolin, who, again, has pitched really well, and Ryan Kirkering. Now, I mean, outside of those two and Duran, do you really trust anybody right now?
No, in fact, I wrote down here, guys, 8th inning tonight. Who gets the ball? Is it Kirkering, or is it because now everybody's fresh, everybody's healthy?
I think Bolin, how he ended up.
I think it's going to be Bolin too. I think it's going to be Bolin too. Look, I think Kirkering's going to be ready for whatever role they have him. Same with Bolin. They're just taking it as, hey, when our number's called, we're going to go out there and do it.
Yeah.
All right,
Mike,
guys,
if you don't mind, Foley's, the Philly store is going to have tomorrow on 22nd and South, going to have Derek Hill tomorrow between 6 and 7:30 signing autographs. So if you want to go meet Derek Hill, which has been a very nice surprise for the Phillies, you got to give it to Dombrowski on that trade. He's going to be there tomorrow from 6 to 7:30 at Foley's on 22nd and South.
That's awesome. And you're right. He has been a huge help. So much so, guys, that I think they would feel pretty comfortable with the platoon of Hill and Crawford playing center field long term here. Two fast guys who can cover a lot of ground, speed on the bases. Yes.
I think Derek Hill being here has really helped Justin Crawford. It's not a coincidence Justin Crawford is hitting over 300 since June 1st.
And that's what I'm saying. We don't necessarily need those big names. We need to have guys that do specific things to get on base and help this lineup take to the next level. We don't need, we don't go get Trout. Don't go get, Broxton. If Broxton is available, I'll probably give the house for Broxton. He's probably the only guy. It's probably the only guy. Are you going to get Ward from Baltimore? The guy is barely hitting. He's not hitting that well this year as he hit that many home runs last year with the Angels. So, look, to me, and for a rental of 2 months, I go in and get some Kike Hernandez, Tommy Edmonds type of guys that can get on base and can create habit. That's what this team needs to add more flexibility to a lineup that is pretty rigid.
I was talking to some guys on the 08 Phillies during the All-Star break, and they said, look, you know why we won the World Series? We got the right guys. Like, we didn't go after the big fish. You added a Joe Blanton. You added a Scott Ayer. You already had – Pacula kind of already had like the right pieces in place, but they did not go big fishing for a Matt Holliday at the deadline. They didn't. They went after a Joe Blanton. They Scott Ayer, Tadahito Iguchi. They got back. They got those players to really help them in October, and it was they got out 15-21. That was the key thing, and they got to do that again. They got to figure out how to do that. And Dave Dombrowski has done this in the past. Like, he doesn't always get the big guy.
All right, Phillies fastball. Of course, the Phillies. It's an early start. They're starting at about 20 minutes here.
Yeah, 20 minutes. It's really thrown off my routine, guys. I'm just.
I bet you it is. Come on. All right, Phillies fastball's back tomorrow. Phillies with an off day tomorrow, but we'll be back looking back at tonight. Nola on the mound for the Phils. We'll talk more about him and his start next here on Phillies fastball. Guys, thanks, man.
Go Phils.
All right, there's Oscar. There's Jeff with today's Phillies fastball for you here on the Sports Bash Live, and Phillies fastball each and every day. That is brought to you by Hytner Social. We'll be back at Hytner Social on the 29th. We're going to be giving away an awesome trip to Baltimore to see the Phillies play the Orioles at Camden Yards. So if you want to win that trip, make plans to come on out on the 29th and see the show live, and you'll see the Phillies play Baltimore at Camden Yards on July 31st. Now, our show is on July 29th. The game is on July 31st. 5 o'clock hour of the show. It's brought to you by Cross County Connection. We'll get ready to wrap up the show on the other side. But before we do, let me tell you about my friends over at Clark's Moving and Storage. It's about that time. Can you believe it? The summer is wrapping up soon. You might be thinking about going back to college. You might need to move your stuff into your apartment at college, and my guys at Clark's Moving and Storage can make that happen. To do what I do, use Clark's Moving and Storage for your next big move. Easy to do. Go to clarksmoving.net and don't ask your friend to help you move. That's my biggest advice. It's always a mess. Moving's a breeze with Clark's Moving and Storage. They're a part of Wheaton Worldwide, which means they can move you from state to state. Get in touch with Top Notch Moving Company in Rio Grande, New Jersey. Clark's Moving and Storage. All right, 5:52, getting ready to get out of here on this Thursday night. Tomorrow, we're back with a happy hour Friday 5. And no Phils tomorrow. Hate the no Phils tomorrow. So, update, Adam Silver. What do we got?
So apparently Adam Silver was at another panel at Fanatic Fest today. And he said that he's basically encouraging LeBron to make a decision because teams want to finish the schedule and media companies are getting antsy about what he's going to do.
We brought up the schedule thing earlier. You brought that up. So that plays.
So what I think is interesting is he's saying it out loud, though. It's different than you and I had the conversation about it, right, in the studio.
Yeah.
But now Adam Silver is in public telling people, yeah, LeBron needs to make up his mind, bro.
I agree.
That's another layer of pressure.
There is a layer to this. So apparently this podcast is not getting dropped until July 21st.
The one with Halliburton.
The one that he did today with Halliburton, which means why would he announce where he's going before that? Because people who don't know would say, oh, he might have said it on that podcast. I'm going to wait until it's released. Now, I would never have known that you have to wait till it's released. I thought it was one of those things where, like, you essentially had to be there. Like, they were doing the podcast in front of a live audience, and that was it.
Well, that was the thing that people are saying online. There's a bunch of tweets and like TikToks for people who are now saying they're like, yo, I paid $2,000 to see LeBron make a decision, and he still hasn't made a decision. You have kids crying right now. Like, it's really getting out of control. Like, LeBron is creating like a level of hysteria.
Yeah, well, I would tell those people there was no guarantee that when you got those tickets, you didn't think that LeBron was going to make that announcement there.
Listen, I still go back to the shop. His original first podcast is going live tomorrow. I think that is the first chance, the real chance you get of him making an announcement.
Yeah, I mean, listen, anytime he's on a forum and speaks, there's a chance.
But it's also the forum that he has financial investment in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't have a financial investment in CNBC's panel.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I can get on board with that. I'm still at about 70%.
So you went from 78 to 70.
Yeah, a little lower. Don't know why. Just that's the number that popped in my head. 70%.
Listen,
right.
if I could put a number on it, I would go 50-50.
Yeah, 50-50?
Yeah.
All right, that's going to do it for us. The Sports Bash live today, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. We're back again tomorrow with a big Sports Bash Happy Hour Friday. We hope you all join us. By the way, Phillies game is at 6:10 because of the air quality. So get home and put the Phillies game on. Talk to you tomorrow. See ya.